Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
No, this afternoon. Without portfolio.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. And I also want to welcome you back from Women's Day celebration. I got information that there was a special cabinet meeting today. And I can appreciate why this side is almost empty. But there was a cabinet meeting in preparation for the parish development model. I want to welcome you for the sitting and deliberating for your people. Matters of national importance. Honorable Tamagusi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here present a matter of national importance regarding to the impassable roads we have in Nakaseke. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a road from Matuga, Semuto, Kapeka Industrial Park. It's one of the roads which leads to the industrial park, and one of the developmental roads, one of the commercial roads we have in that area. But government has been putting it in the budget consistently for almost 4 years. But up to now, Right Honorable Speaker, nothing has been done. Then we have the road from Wobulenzi, Nakaseke, Kapeka. Right Honorable Speaker, Nakaseke is one of the which the area residents cherish that. So we wish that maybe this time the Minister of Transport, together with those who are budgeting for this country, at least put Nakaseke in consideration. Otherwise, everything is not running well in terms of road networks. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. It is good you're one of those budgeting for this country, so you can't remove yourself. Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the issue raised by my brother, the Honorable Rutamaguzi. And Right Honorable Speaker, I think a few months ago, the Minister for Works came and gave us a broad picture of the road infrastructure network issues in the country and which roads are going to be prioritized. But I'm going to ensure that he comes here on the floor and he responds to the issue raised by the honorable member. So thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Government Chief, can you ask your ministers to go and see what is on ground before he comes back to report to the House? That would help in designing how much will be given to the to the area. Mbwa? Mbwa,
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mbwa, are we safe? It
We
seems
are
you're
very safe,
carrying a
Right
bomb.
Honorable Speaker. I'm carrying my exhibit that I'm supposed to lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on the matter of national importance, and the matter is about the skyrocketing of essential commodities, not only skyrocketing, but also the scarcity of some of the essential commodities like soap, sugar, salt, to mention but a few. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you remember one of the reasons.
Honorable Mbwa,
Yes, dear.
that's a very, very important issue. It was actually raised last week. And I'm happy you bring it back today. My suggestion would be you first keep it to tomorrow when all the ministers are here. Because when you lay that on table,
Yes.
it would be like you're speaking to yourself. That's a very serious issue that affects the whole country. And since you say you have evidence to that effect, let's have the ministers around, responsible ministers around, then you bring that issue
Most
tomorrow.
obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Dan Abed. Hey, Oshabe, you're here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I raise my specific issue, allow me to congratulate women for their day yesterday. In a very special way, I want to thank you for your motherly heart on Women's Day, where any other leader would have been whining and dining with the kinsmen. You stepped out to go for the vigil and check on one of our policemen who departed from us. Thank you very much. I saw the pictures. I was very humbled by that spirit. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter I want to raise connects exactly to that issue. While I was very humbled by your motherly and good heart, I also note something very, very, very strange, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that our policemen and women and maybe the general security fraternity still reside in Manyatas. Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw the uniports where the gentleman was staying, I felt as if I was soaked in ice and my body immediately developed goose pimp. My prayers are that the Minister of Internal Affairs comes to this house and explains the plan they have to improve the welfare of police and the men and women in uniform. Right Honorable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that we claim to be secure and secured by the people who are not secure by themselves. Because the environment I see, someone can still suffer from jiggers. If it rains, there are chances of raining on him. And those are the people that are entrusted with the security of this country. Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable House, I beg information.
Thank you, Honorable colleague, for giving me the way. Actually, the issue you're talking about is very pertinent. Honorable members and Right Honorable Speaker, it beats my understanding to see the way our officers sleep. Some of them sleep in cardboards, Some of them sleep as if they are refugees. You find they are putting up police bags, and they tell you that's a house for a police officer. But since the Right Honorable Speaker said that it is us who appropriate, I would think that the same way we feel concerned about investors who come here without money and borrow for them, it will be prudent for us as Parliament this time to pass a very big budget to help our guarant officers. Because if they tell you unfunded, these are part of us. But some of us try to think that a policeman doesn't have a family, that these people are supposed to live the way they live. After all, no one cares. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me be one of the many members of Parliament who feel concerned about the welfare of police. This time, let it be increased. I raise my case. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for your information.
Thank you.
As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to bring it to your attention, Right Honorable Speaker and members, that this was in Zambia. Now you start imagining what is in Chisoro, or Kapchorwa, or Kazo, or Kaperebion. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer once again is that without cosmeticing this matter, the ministers concerned should be candid enough and come with a comprehensive strategy to the House about improving the welfare of officers. Thank you. I rest my case, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Abedi.
Thank you.
Panado, you're standing. After Abedi is Panado, then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand on a matter of national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, January this year, 2022, the government of Uganda through Uganda Coffee Development Authority announced that they had decided not to renew our membership to the International Coffee Organization because of a number of grievances that were unsolved. This has caused a lot of debate among the population, especially among the exporters and the farmers, as to whether it is going to affect the price of coffee, as to whether it's going to affect our export portfolio. And in turn, people are worried whether it is going to affect the coffee production in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, we have seen the proposal of government that has proposed to cut over 50% of the budget to Coffee Development Authority. And our people are worried. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Agriculture should come to this August House and explain to the people of Uganda, especially the farmers and exporters, of whether our exit from the International Coffee Organization is going to affect us negatively. All the farmers should not be worried, and those who are dealing in coffee, so that this industry is not affected by the rumors, the many people that are put in the media. I so pray, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Government Chief Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The member has raised a very important issue that has been in the public domain. The government has issued several press releases clarifying and all that, but I think it is very important for the minister indeed to come here in the House, make a clear statement, we debate. You never know the contribution that comes from this House would help to settle the debate outside there. So I request the Right Honorable Speaker, because this minister is moving around the country on issues of parish development model, I request for 2 weeks' time. In 2 weeks' time, the minister brings a comprehensive statement on Uganda's withdrawal from the International Coffee Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Panado.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on a matter of national importance. It does with the people of Chambogo University. Right Honorable Speaker, over the weekend, my office was jammed with parents and students who were formerly of Chambogo University. For the last 4 years, they have not issued students with the transcripts and the certificates, and this has affected them. In fact, last week, one of the former students who would have been employed somewhere in Guinea jumped over from the last floor of the library and committed suicide just because of the reluctance and the failure by the university to provide them transcripts. I don't know what is happening with that university, but for the last 4 years, they have not issued any. Yet we have very many capable students who have graduated from that side who can be accommodated somewhere. So I request Parliament to compel the administrators of Chambogo University to start issuing out transcripts because it is becoming a problem. Some of them would be working maybe in the Ministry of Works, where my brother works. Honorable Katumbo Amala, thank you. Lastly, it was from the police officers. They requested me yesterday. I got calls, police officers were requesting me to extend a vote of appreciation to you for going there to sit their own in a Uniport. It was the first of its kind that a person of your caliber could go down and visit a police officer who has lost a relative. But at the same time, those people could be telling us, because I've ever been in the barracks, they could tell us where the money goes for the road construction machines and whatever. Because I normally see those road equipments on vehicles, on wheel loaders, being taken to Chitende, where they are hills, they are working on different people's places. I don't know where that money goes after. Yet the police roads within the barracks of Zambia are totally impossible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable members, one of our drivers, the name of Nyamba Robert, who has been driving in Parliament for years, died yesterday in the morning. So when I had the information, I took an initiative and went there. I got involved myself in arranging the funeral service, and I went to the barracks. I did not go because I wanted to see what was in the barracks. I went to condole with the family, since this was part of us. The police officer was part of us. And what I saw in that barracks, you'd never want to see it the second time. In Zambia, barracks is the biggest barracks that we have in the country, with the biggest AMRA, with all those police officers. But those guys are staying in manyatas, like what Honorable said. And even those manyatas, they build them themselves. They build them themselves. The place is so squeezed. Remember one thing, these are our brothers, our sisters, our parents, and leave alone the police officers, the security fraternity. I want us, when we are looking at the budget, let's take in consideration the welfare of police officers. For me, if you asked me whether to add my salary, I would say no, first put something for police instead of adding salary for any other person. They are living in a very dire state. We need to come out and support these people. They need our support. Honorable government, once these people are happy, they will be happy even where they are working. These people look after us. They take care of our lives. We need to put our foot down and make sure that we have housing for these police officers. You find a small unit, a man, the father, the mother, the children, everybody is sleeping in that small unit. It is really terrible. And I want to make a special plea to my brother, General. A very special one. And this one, you're doing it for me. The road from Kibuli joining in Zambia is impassable. Can you ask KCCA just to get a grader to grade that road? We had to pack a distance to reach. The road is impassable, just in the middle of the barracks. And I don't think it is even a kilometer. Just crossing the road. If that road can be graded, just grading, we don't want tarmac. Just put a good madam. That would help us, General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll take note and I'll take it up with the KCCA if they want. I have my equipment. I'll move my equipment to do the road.
Thank you so much. I will actually still go back and check after. When can I check, General? General, when can I check?
Madam Speaker, I've made a commitment. I'll be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now on the issue of the welfare.
Right, Honorable, I was going to request that since the minister has come and the Honorable Tamaguzi
First
is
answer
here,
for me on the welfare of the police, then we shall answer on the minister's issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable. This is a comprehensive issue. It's not an issue for which one can make a quick commitment, but we want first indeed join you, Right Honorable Speaker, in appreciating our police officers and our people in uniform for the sacrifice they make for this country under sometimes very difficult conditions. That one I must join you on that. Then on the one of welfare and improving the welfare of the police, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to talk to the Minister of Internal Affairs to make a comprehensive analysis on what is needed so that we share it in cabinet and then we extract what we can bring here for funding purposes. But most of the times, the limitations are to do with the budget, but I appreciate the House has always supported government when these issues come. Let me take information from my brother and Honorable.
Thank you, my brother, for giving way. But, Mr. Speaker, the information I want to provide is that I have been attending the meetings of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs since the 10th Parliament. I am aware that in their proposals, they have been very elaborate in terms of provision of welfare. And each time, Right Honourable Speaker, I think we need to concede we are guilty. It is us as Parliament that has been letting them down. Right from the time General Katumba was in the IGP, they've been coming, making proposals only for Honorable Bahati and the group to frustrate them. So the information I am giving, Right Honourable Speaker, is that there is even no need for a comprehensive report. The information is there. Their proposals are there. We only have to take a stand as Parliament to decide that if the proposals of police are not met, maybe perhaps we don't pass the budget, something like that. Otherwise, in terms of information, in terms of broad outline on welfare and other related issues, Right Honourable Speaker, the information is there. Let's just implement what they have proposed.
Honorable members,
Further information,
the member who is speaking has been in this house longer than some of. It is Parliament that has been frustrating. Actually, General Katumba left that place very frustrated because I know how he's passionate with the people's welfare. Let's agree as a house that we must take a strong stand on the welfare of the police officers. that will pass a budget that caters for the welfare of police officers and the persons in uniform, so that we improve on their welfare. And that is that. There is nothing for debate. We need to make sure that we pass that budget. They should come with a comprehensive report on how much is required for their welfare. Yes, Macho?
The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the act you did yesterday. You are true a mother of Africa. I would like to give information to the government chief whip that as we fight towards having a comprehensive support to the Uganda police force, I'm talking of Uganda police force in particular because I think the UPDF are very, very okay since they have representation here, because in case they were not okay, they would have talked it in the August House. I request you, the government chief whip, as you give information to the Minister of Internal Affairs, as you have promised, give him another information that the police officers, welfare through their circle of exodus, they are not enjoying at all. These people are forced to save their money, but when it comes to time of withdrawing money from their circle, it is a serious problem. Exodus office, when they are going to withdraw. Madam Speaker, as I talk now, the police officers who are first members of this circle, in case they need to withdraw their money, they must apply online. Even if you are in a place as far as Kotido, a place as far as Busia, where sometimes Safaricom comes and there is a network problem, you cannot pick your money. Therefore, the government chief whip, I request you to inform the Minister of Internal Affairs to tell the officers who are handling the exodus money for the police to put their house in order. And Madam Speaker, I think this problem has been there for a long time. I request for a real audit of exodus so that the police who are saving in it can build confidence in their circle. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members who may not understand what exodus is, under the leadership of Honorable Nandala, when he was my chair, we asked for a forensic audit on exodus. Exodus is a circle, a mandate where all police officers save. It's a mandatory saving, mandatory. But the problem that was there at that time, Nathan, do you remember what the problem of exodus? Can you give us what was in exodus?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you have stated, where every police officer at the end of the month, whether you have given permission or not, they will deduct the money from your account. And when it's deducted, it is supposed to be a saving account. The issue which arose at that time was that police officers wanted their money and they were saying the money was not available. And even one time, police came with an excuse that police lacked food and because of that, they needed a supplementary to replenish the money. Indeed, even the parliament, of course, given that at that time agreed to give them money, but when we asked for forensic audit to be done on the circle, up to now we have not yet got the report. But every policeman, day in, day out, is complaining about exodus. And I think it is high time as parliament again, because we really passed it here, go ahead and ask Auditor General to really produce the forensic audit report we requested so that we deal with this matter. Otherwise, the owners of the savings are suffering day in, day out. I'm sure members of parliament here, you will get in your pigeonholes complaints, nominal letters without names, that we want our money from the police circle, but we're not being given. It's always benefiting big men and big women.
Thank you. And it has actually been a problem And on that note, clerk, write to Auditor General, we need a forensic audit on Exodus. And give them 1 month, Achora, Nancy.
Right Honorable Speaker and my celebration, congratulations. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of national and urgent importance on the issue of insecurity for my people in Lamour district. On the 5th of March this month, 2 of my people were killed in a day brought light around 2:30 p.m. from Madiopei Town Council, Loke Ward, Oriang Village, by armed raiders who came from South Sudan, and 270 herds of cattle got lost. People are so furious. The next day on the 6th in the night, the same people from South Sudan again came in the night to follow up and then also raid more cattle. My people of Lamour are living in fear. This is not the first time that such killing is done in my district. We have porous borders in the district which are open without UPDF and security men. The border of Agoro sub-county, the border of Ngwamoromo sub-county in Lukung, the border of Palabek Nimu, all these places are open. Times and again, we have been raising alarm and the government has not taken any serious action. As I talk now, I have just arrived from the constituency. All my people are just worried. If they can kill during the day, the Sudanese came up to the village, which is in a town council, to kill during a broad daylight. And the kind of killing they did was so inhuman. The stomach of these 2 men was all out, the intestines all came out. People are really living in fear. My prayer to the Ministry of Defense and Security that the people of Lamour need to be saved. We need a battalion commander in the border. And then 2, we also request the government to take serious action of deployment so that our people are secured. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, government. Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My condolences to the people of Lamour. I did see those images myself, and the murder was very gruesome. It was terrible. We did have this matter discussed with one of my fellow ministers in cabinet. Honorable Neck brought it up, and the Minister of Defense was tasked to, 1, get in touch with our counterpart on the other side, because the killers and the raiders came from South Sudan. These are the Topothas who come from South Sudan. And so he was tasked to get in touch with our counterpart, the governor and the leadership on the other side. Of course, there's a lot of ungoverned space between the area of South Sudan and Uganda, where some of these criminals take advantage. But we hope that the minister, and I'll bring this up to him so that he comes and makes a comprehensive statement on what actions have been taken. But it's true that the action which was done was really very gruesome. It was terrible. So I'll take it up with the Minister of Defense. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our condolences to the Lamour people. It's really bad. I saw the pictures myself. It is not an easy thing. Patrick?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to congratulate all the ladies, all the ladies in the House and all the women in Uganda for their day yesterday. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been experiencing Sanda. there is a new line that was under construction, right, Honorable Speaker, and about 2-3 kilometers of wires newly installed were vandalized. And the agency that was implementing the project just packed their bags and left. Honorable Speaker, 2-3 weeks ago, Kasanda experienced another problem. We are served, Kasanda North and the Bukuya constituency were served with a line from Mitiana, but the group that vandalizes cut about 8 poles down. And the entire Kasanda Town Council, Bukuya Town Council, and all people that depended on that line spent 2 weeks without power. You can imagine, right, Honorable Speaker?
Information.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Kasanda, Kasanda Health Center relies on that power line. The water project that serves the town, the 2 towns, relies on that. So you can imagine the chaos, right, Honorable Speaker, that we went through for those 2 weeks when power lines were cut. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have carpenters, we have welders, we have people who operate fridges, and everyone who depend on power. For 2 weeks, they had no power. We invited the women, we talked to them. They came, installed the line. Right, Honorable Speaker, after women installing the line, restoring power, 2-3 days ago, they cut the lines again. And the same problem we are experiencing. Right, Honorable Speaker, this problem has been going on in the country now for almost a year. Power vandalism, power line vandalism. I heard last year, the minister coming here and promising that they are going to engage all intelligence agencies to find out who is vandalizing the power lines in the country. But up to now, this vice is still going on. Right, Honorable Speaker, I engaged the security team at the district. My DPC, the RDC, we said, what can we do? In their effort, they discovered that they can't do much because the people who vandalizes the lines are not from Kasanda. They just come overnight, they steal the line, they go away. But how can we be here 1-2 years down the road, right, Honorable Speaker, when we do not know who is cutting the lines, where does he sell the wires, of what use are they using them for? Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter because government, I'm very sure, is investing a lot of money in rural electrification agency. We are putting a lot of money in rural electrification. We are putting a lot of money in ensuring that there is enough power supply in the country. But how is this going to continue when the existing lines are being vandalized? Right, Honorable Speaker, I think the Minister of Security should take and come and brief us here as Parliament, because they have counterintelligence, they have so many agencies. They cannot fail unless they know who is doing it and probably is doing it for a given purpose. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Security, the Minister of Energy should come to this house and explain to us what is going on and which new technology improvement strategies they have, and how are we going to overcome this problem. Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Carol had something, and allow me give her information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, my colleague. Right, Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give you, with electricity, it's a big challenge. You're talking about wires. The information I wanted to give you in my district, Ruchiga district, we have a problem, Uchundura. The contractor abandoned everything when people had even received the meters. And as I'm talking right now, I agree with you, they have to interest themselves and find out exactly what is going on. Right, Honorable Speaker, about electricity. We have an area that is Burime, Rwamchuch sub-county. We have a CD school there, and computers are lying.
We have no electricity. It's a big challenge. Thank you so much, Honorable Member.
Right Honorable
Information.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Information.
What are your prayers?
Right Honorable Speaker, in the last financial year, it was estimated that we lost 26 billions in restoring vandalized equipment. I am praying that the Minister of Energy comes and briefs this House, and we find a way so that this vice stops in this country. Again, there are so many lines, Right Honorable Speaker, which Tebea constructed. And up to now, those lines are there. People are not, where people are not connected. No one supplies the power. And for over 1.5 years now, Right Honorable Speaker, I think that's a matter also the minister should come here and explain after making a line, a power line, why is it taking so long to provide the power to the citizens? Thank you very much.
Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue raised by the Honorable Samba is an issue which touches all of us, even in government. We are very, very concerned. And that's why in the new law which we have brought before the House, we have put in very stringent penalties for people who vandalize power lines. But this is a sectoral issue that requires energy, that requires security. I'm going to liaise with the Prime Minister. She calls a sectoral meeting to discuss this specific issue, and in 2 weeks' time, we report back to the House. And I promise this meeting will take place next week, so that we have
In 2
a
weeks'
very
time, you'll give us
comprehensive.
a feedback or you'll give us the law.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, the law is already before the House. It's before the Committee on Natural Resources. So they are already processing. And we've already
The
made our
45 days
proposal.
passed.
Sorry, Right Honorable?
The 45 days.
Right Honorable, I go by your guidance. I go by your guidance.
In the meantime, you need to get a short-term solution for this issue.
That's why I was requesting.
And then in a long time, as you process the law, you can have the law, but people will continue doing the same thing.
Right Honorable,
So
that's why
you need to get a very robust way of handling this thing. Because it is only not happening in this area, it is happening all over, even in my own area. So these people should be gotten and handled accordingly.
Right Honorable, that's why I proposed that you give us time. The Prime Minister calls a sectoral
So you
meeting.
said 2 weeks?
Okay, next week, and we ensure that we get
Okay.
a comprehensive. Right Honorable, Honorable Panado Mugema had raised an issue for which we never got a response, because I really felt concerned. It sounded very, very urgent. So I immediately got in touch with the Vice Chancellor of Chambogo University. And if you permit me, the Vice Chancellor has said that the allegation that they are not giving out transcripts is not true. They are now issuing transcripts of those who graduated in 2021, because the other ones have already received. But it says some National Teachers College students have not received transcripts because colleges owe the university money. For example, Mubende NTC owes the university 400 million shillings, and they are not making any progress. So it says they delay sometimes for teachers' colleges around that, but for Chambogo as a university, they are up to date in terms of issuing transcripts. Thank you, Right Honorable.
But even if it is from the delayed institutions, they are credited to Kiambogo. They are part of Kiambogo, so they should take responsibility. We need a written response from the university. Honorable Government Chief Whip, we need a comprehensive report from the university on that, to that effect, because people cannot fail to get jobs. Going to allow Honorable Lutamaguzi to repeat his question. I told you members that whoever has a matter of national importance should bring it to my office. Because you want to speak. Honorable Lutamaguzi, your issue now that General is here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern, Right Honorable Speaker, was about the road from Matuga, Semuto, Kapeka, the Industrial Road. And the one from Wobulenzi, Nakaseke to Kapeka, those are interconnected. So I wanted the general to respond about those roads because some time back, he had promised the people of Nakaseke that those roads will be constructed. Yet, they are one of the most busy roads in terms of industries in Uganda. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank. There was also one from Jonathan.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In addition, our road from Kona Kamdini to Lira has been outstanding for long. Recently, the president went himself and made some pronouncements that altered the course of the planning at the ministry. Specifically, the president directed that the funding that was expected from World Bank, the government of Uganda would now fully take responsibility, first in the interim, to maintain this road so that it's passable as the rains are coming back. But secondly, to ensure that the entire road is actually reconstructed. It is now coming to 2 months. The contractor who was on the ground has actually even abandoned the maintenance work that they were supposed to do there. And we are at a loss whether the ministry has actually taken this instruction from the president and what the ministry is doing in the interim to ensure that the road is passable, but also to expedite the process of reconstructing that road. I would like the general to clarify, Madam Speaker.
General. Honorable Quizer, I'm going to chase you away from there. Go and sit in another area.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. Matuga, Semtoka Peka Road. That road was made some time back, but when it was made at that time, we did not have Kapeka Industrial Park by then. So it was designed and made as a light vehicle road, but over time, Kapeka Industrial Park came up. And so the traffic volume on that road changed tremendously. So that road is now being redesigned and it's going to be reconstructed, not even repaired, but reconstructed, because repairing it now will just be a waste of time. We need to reconstruct the road. So that road is under plan for reconstruction. Already a company has been identified. This is a company called Abaka Limited Services. It has been identified and they're doing the final studies on that road together with UNRA to redesign the road to meet the present traffic volume on that road. Wobulenzi, Nakaseke, that one will be maintained as a gravel road for now because it's not in the NDP3 plan for tarmacking. What's in the NDP plan for tarmacking is Luwero Butarangu, and that one it will soon start, which counterpart funding has been confirmed by the ministry. So that one will soon start for tarmacking Luwero Butarangu. Lila Kamdin. Honorable member, I think you know very well the story about this road. It has been a very big disappointment, not even to us as a ministry, because the contract for this maintenance and reconstruction of Lila Kamdin section goes back to about 2013. But we had issues which we brought to attention as members from the area with the World Bank. Until the president had said, forget about the World Bank, Uganda find the money, do the road. As we're moving to do that, World Bank comes back and says, no, we have now agreed. Go ahead, and we are going to finance the project because the money is already identified. Now, World Bank insists that we have to do what we call RAP, to Resettlement Action Plan. For us, we are maintaining that that road is already an existing old road. We know it. We know the alignment. We don't need to do a new RAP. World Bank insists we must do a RAP, if not for the whole road, but in some sections. We have already had a discussion with the contractor. We have agreed with the contractor, and he had given me a promise, and I'll follow up this, because I'd said by last Monday, he was going to go back on the road and do the maintenance as we finalize the issue of the RAP with the World Bank. But let me take it upon myself that I'll be able to come back to Parliament next week on Thursday and give the last position as to where we did Camden Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Next item.
Item number 3, bills first reading.
Right Honorable Speaker, we understand the item, the sports bill that is on the order paper. We have made wide consultations, and we request that the member and the House, you allow government to work with the member, because this bill has very many connotations which have a financial implication. And also, government was finalizing the process of introducing the sports policy, which would form principles of a bill which government would bring. So we want to work with the member to co-sponsor the bill, but we need time to do all this. Tomorrow, I have arranged a meeting at midday between the Minister for Sports and the member, so that, Right Honorable Speaker, we can be able to work out together a framework of ensuring we expedite the process of this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The item is bill's first reading. We have not yet even received the bill. And the minister is speaking in anticipation. Why doesn't he allow the bill to be read for the first time, and government can subsequently engage the mover and either take it up or enrich it? But as of now, for the member to frustrate a private member from bringing his bill for the first time is against our rules, and is even debating in anticipation.
Additionally, Madam Speaker, this bill is not coming out of the blue. The member underwent through a process. I remember came to this house and sought permission. Government was available that day. Thomas maybe was not. The rest were there. Maybe they were sleeping. So if they needed to do something at that stage, they should have contacted the member. So it would not really be proper to interfere with this process. Now that Thomas is awake, we receive the bill, and then he can proceed after that.
Speaker, further information.
Yes, there is further.
Madam Speaker, these are the games that government used to play in the tennis parliament. That whenever a member would come up with a bill, they begin dialogue dealing, going for dining, coffee, and tea, so that they drill a member. Since it is on the order paper, Madam Speaker, I would agree, and I believe in your wise wisdom and guidance, that let the bill be read, then they'll sort themselves out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also concur with members who are saying the bill should be read. As Honorable Jonathan Odu has raised it, a member came here, he went to finance and sought financial implication for the bill. He has done his work, and everyone is waiting. In fact, we cannot allow to frustrate a member who has invested all his time and energy. And he, at the last minute, one chief whip of government comes up and says they are discussing. Madam Speaker, I would seek your indulgence And the minister can make his own bill of sports also, but let the member bring this bill for the first reading and we work on it as parliament.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want it to go on record that we don't have any intention of frustrating any member from bringing any bill here. That's why when the Honorable Rabshija Margaret brought the markets bill, the bill where we had very serious interest, we worked with her. Right Honorable Speaker.
There is an order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have experience of government frustrating bills. Where is Honorable Mawanda here? Honorable Mawanda, you remember you had bill of Bank of Uganda. I don't know why you followed it with them. So, Madam Speaker, is the minister in order to come and lie the house that they are not frustrating the bill? Yet we have experience that there are so many bills which have been frustrated by government, by private members' bills.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Additionally to what Honorable Nandar has said, I also sponsored another bill, the PAD bill. Government was given 3 months within which to issue a certificate of financial implication. The 3 months have expired according to our rules. Just yesterday, after the time has expired, they have written to me saying that the bill has, my bill, which I intend to table, has a financial implication that they cannot issue a certificate. I think, Madam Speaker, we need to play within our rules. Our rules are very clear. The moment we overstretch, we go from our rules, then our work will be rendered useless. Time has expired. Government has not responded. I have written asking for the publication of the bill. I think I'll be allowed to publish my bill, table it, and then we can talk to government later. Otherwise, if we allow this process to begin, then we shall be frustrating private members from bringing their bills in this house. Thank you very much.
Yes, Asmani, Santa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am one of the seconders of the bill. And I'm looking at Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 128 of our rules of procedure, read together with Rule 121 about private members' bills. And I want to allay, first of all, to allay the fears of the government chief whip. Rule 121, sub rule 2, empowers government to assist a private member in whose area of operation the bill covers. So government is at liberty to cooperate with the private member during the process of the bill. What government cannot do, they don't have that right. As a matter of fact, when you read Rule 128, once the matter is on the order paper, the speaker only has one choice. Call the bill, the member in whose name a bill stands on the order paper, to present it. There is no other choice. So at this point in time, nobody can attempt to arrest the bill. You cannot use any machination to arrest the bill. In the circumstances, Right Honorable Speaker, would we be proceeding in the right manner if an attempt was made to arrest the presentation of this bill for first reading? And is it in order for the government chief whip to try and frustrate the speaker from listening to my able submission? Is it also in order? Order, order.
Order.
That wants to be order.
Honorable Basalira, go on.
Right on, Speaker. Right on, Speaker, I was submitting in reference to Rule 128 of our Rules of Procedure, which is to the effect that once a bill is presented for first reading, the rules mandate you, right on, Speaker, to call on the member to present the bill. There is no option for arresting the bill at this point in time. Would we be proceeding in the right manner if the government chief whip attempted to arrest the process of having the bill ready for the first time when our rules of procedure are very clear? Would we proceeding right on, Speaker?
There was another.
Thank you,
Santa.
thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's on record that government has on many occasions tried to frustrate members bringing private members' bill. And Madam Speaker, again, is on record that we have been demanding for this piece of legislation in this parliament, and government has not come forward to bring any. And now that the private member has come up with this proposed legislation, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the government chief whip that it costs nothing for the member to present the bill for the first reading before this parliament, and we move on. In any case, the bill which is coming is supposed to address issues which is affecting the sports subsector. I thank you, Madam.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am extremely surprised that we should even be discussing this matter when the rules are extremely clear. The member sought leave. I seconded his motion. Leave was granted. He has come for the first reading, and then the government is coming to say what the government chief whip has said. Right Honorable Speaker, it has taken government ages to come up with this sports bill. Time and again, when our sportsmen excel at the international scene, we come here and discuss and talk about the old Sports Act, which is in place. Madam Speaker, I want to request that without any further delay, the bill for the first reading and we move on. Government will find us on the way. We can't wait for you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, why I allowed the government chief whip to say a word is because they failed to give a certificate of financial implications. And because there is no certificate of financial implication, government is saying they discuss with the mover of the motion and they co-own the bill because of the financial implication. And I would maybe give government chief whip, because for us, why we put it on the order paper, we based on the Public Finance Management Act 76. That's what we based on. But they came up and they say they want to discuss.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as government, we want to give as much support as possible to a member when he or she brings a private member's bill. But we would want to pass a bill that is comprehensive enough. For example, if you do pass a bill of this nature without clauses to do with financial implications because of violating Article 93 of the Constitution, then you leave in gaps. And that article is very clear that it can only be done if the bill is sponsored by government. So that's why we've requested the member to go back, discuss with us, harmonize, and we co-sponsor, and we support the member comprehensively bring the bill. And tomorrow at midday, the Minister of Sports and the permanent secretary and the commissioner. We are having a meeting at the Ministry of Education to harmonize on all this so that we have a policy, we have principles, and we support the member. We come out with a bill that we shall all have put in our buy-in, a comprehensive bill. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request maybe my colleague, the mover, the sponsor of the bill, can join me on this. And we request the House sometime, and we handle this matter. Otherwise, what I want to clearly put on record, Right Honorable, again.
Government Chief Whip, I will not allow you to arm twist the mover. You said you want to go on the bill. I am giving you time to present the bill for the first reading. I am giving you 2 weeks. Next item.
Item number 4, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry on the alleged mismanagement of Soroti Fruit Factory.
Honorable members, on Thursday, we received a report from Trade, Tourism, Trade Industry and Cooperatives on the mismanagement of Soroti Fruit Factory. The committee was fairly exhaustive and provides this House with valuable insights into the challenges of performance of that factory. In that same committee, it also noted that UDC is yet to nominate 2 allotted members to the board. Yet, Executive Director is currently the chairperson of the board. This poses a question on the validity of the decisions that are taken by the board, given the fact that the board is providing policy directives and strategic decisions to management in the factory. The unduly constituted board impedes the ability of its performance. An organization is only strong once it has a strong board that is on corporate governance. A review on the challenges that were documented by the committee. You heard what the committee was talking about last day, with the failure to adherence of corporate governance practices. The Minister of Trade and Industry Cooperatives is to ensure that we have a fully constituted board with immediate effect. Before we start the debate, the issues that were raised, I hope you remember them, were very, very pertinent for the growth of that industry, for that area, and yet a lot of money has been put in that factory. We need to do a little more to ensure that there is value for money. We put money there, and some officers seem to be having some kind of impunity, which this House must pronounce that they don't have. I am going to allow a debate on this matter of Soroti Fruit Factory. Yes, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and members who did a good job and presented to us the status of Soroti Fruit Factory. From the onset, Madam Speaker, the report appears to summarize that at Soroti Fruit Factory, there are serious cases of insider dealings. There are serious cases of syndicated fraud. There is collusion among top management and abuse of office. If you refer to that report and you see the decisions that were made by members in top management who happen to also sit on the policy organ, then it becomes clear that they are in breach of their responsibility to ensure that the fruit factory is properly managed. I want to particularly single out the souls and the minds, because every institution has that soul and mind that runs it. The top management, all the decisions that they have been making means that they have not been performing their duties. And it is very unfortunate that such a huge investment that was meant to benefit the people of Soroti, the people of Lango, people of Acholi, because these are all areas that have been growing fruits, and we were mobilized, our farmers were mobilized by several government projects under NAD's Operation Wealth Creation. And indeed, government provided a number of seedlings, oranges, mangoes that were planted across the entire north and eastern part of the country with the hope that the market would come in Soroti Fruit Factory. But if you read how the board sat and the management decided to ring fence the supply of the fruits that go to the factory under a circle, under a cooperative that was specifically made and protected to be the sole supplier, it leaves a lot to be desired. No wonder many fruit farmers, as the report noted, started cutting down their fruit trees. If you would go to Acholi, you come to Lango, you go to Teso and part of Bugisu, you see that farmers are so frustrated that they have abandoned completely what they were raising there. Secondly, Madam Speaker.
There's a procedure matter here.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Richard.
I rise on a procedural matter. I'm a member of the Committee of Trade that put up this report. As members begin debate, I know the issues in this report touch on the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, and many others. But when I see on the front bench, I see only one Minister for Industry and the Minister of Works. And time and again, Madam Speaker, you've ordered that when we are debating these serious matters, we should have our ministers here to take note of the issues that we are debating. I'm wondering whether we are proceeding right, Madam Speaker, for the House to debate such an important report that concerns the whole country, and the front bench is almost empty, and we are talking to government. Are we proceeding right, Madam Speaker? Thank you.
Richard, I got a communication this morning and they're informing us of a special cabinet meeting where they were discussing the issue that we want to be discussed on Friday. That is the parish development model. But all the same, we asked Daudi, Honorable David, to be around because he's the Minister of Trade, for him to be able to answer the issues that are being brought. And we also asked General Katumba to be around because of the COSASE report. So I think for now, we just need to move on. The report was presented and the minister is available. Yes, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a procedure issue. Arising from what my colleague has raised and from what you got as a communication, first we had designated this day for this report. But Madam Speaker, if you look through this report carefully, there are so many officers which are affected. And if these officers are not here, we don't know who will implement the decision we shall take. For example, the office of the Attorney General is here. It's supposed to hear, it's supposed to answer. The Ministry of Finance to deal with the Attorney General, Auditor General, and the Internal Auditor General, because Auditor General is the one who audits on our behalf. The Ministry of Agriculture. So, Madam Speaker, if You allowed them to have a special cabinet.
I didn't allow them. I am not the head of cabinet. I am only the head of parliament, not head of cabinet.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
I was only informed. I was only informed. And I really appreciate what you members are saying, because this is a very, very important report. This report involves agriculture. The report involves finance. The report involves the Auditor General's office, especially on the members of Auditor General's office who were writing letters. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for raising those procedural issues. It is true that the factory, the Soroti factory, involves a number of stakeholders to realize the objective, which is to industrialize that part of the country and give value to the farmers, especially in Soroti area. But Madam Speaker, as you all know, in every organization like government, we have focal points. It is true, it involves works, it involves finance, but there is a lead agency, which is Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. And we want to assure you that whatever issues will be raised here will be followed up, because we are responsible at the end of the day for the implementation and the implementation of this project. We are the ones accountable to you, Parliament, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, that you appropriate money through Ministry of Trade, Industry to UDC. So therefore, if you allow, Madam Speaker, this report can be debated now. Issues taken. What we want to assure you is that the recommendation that you adopt, the recommendation that this House will adopt, will have to be implemented, and the reporting and responsible institution is the Minister of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. But the Frank bench, as you have been informed by the Speaker, it is not here because we are again handling. If I can get one, you are again handling an issue that you requested us to handle on Friday.
There is a clarification
Thank
from
you.
Honorable Mawanda that he wants to get Honorable Nandala alone.
Mawanda and my
Thank
friend
you.
Macho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this matter arose from a matter of national importance that was raised on 8th of February 2022. Madam Speaker, you said the matter was so grave and requested that the government should bring a statement within 2 weeks. Then thereafter, the committee will also come up with its own report. Then the two reports can be discussed at the same time.
Order, Madam Speaker, order, order. Madam Speaker, is Honorable Mawanda is fond of killing the report. And that is the attitude. It is not the first time.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm raised on point of order. Please sit down. It's
You
fond
can't
of
raise
killing. So, Madam Speaker, the report is a report of Parliament, which we are going to discuss as Parliament. It's from there when government can come in. It's Honorable Mawanda in order to come and direct Parliament that now you stop here, government goes and makes a report, then you come and discuss. Is he in order, Madam Speaker?
But what report do we need from government? We sent our committee to get a report, and we have a report. We are doing our oversight role. And I can assure you, Honorable Bahati, I am passionate about the issues there. If it means an impeachment of anybody, we cannot just allow people to grow in poverty. How can you have a board, you are the chairman, you can't make decisions, you're doing everything for an institution? What conflict of interest? We are appropriating money in that factory. And then at the end of the day, they say government is not working. We are working. But we have the few people who are misleading. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
It was still on the floor.
Madam Speaker.
No.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I had not finished,
Order.
Madam Speaker.
Order. Angura, can you sit? Macho, can you sit? Nathan, can you sit? Can you finish what you wanted to say?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I was actually quoting the.
I have the
answer.
preserve of deciding when the report should be presented. That one, you know, it is under the speaker. So don't go there.
Madam Speaker, is Honorable Nanda Ramafab in order?
Okay. Then,
Madam Speaker,
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, I had stood on a point.
Members, we have a Minister of Finance here, we have a government chief whip. Why don't we dispose of this report?
Clarification, Madam
Why
Speaker.
don't we dispose what we are going to extract all what we are debating? And we'll get a response from it. So why don't we finalize on this report other than postponing, and then at the end, are we okay with that?
Yes, I support.
Yes, procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, I've rose on the point of procedure with fears. Madam Speaker, Honorable Bahati, who is standing in for the Minister of Trade, has submitted with encouragement of the August House to continue to discuss this very, very important indeed report. And that's how he stood when I brought up a matter here concerning the value addition factor of Busia. And he promised that within last month on 27th, they are going to hand it to Busia municipality. And the way he was looking today is the way he was looking on that day. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether we are proceeding well. When Honorable Bahati, who spoke and nothing is done concerning the value addition factory, he's again the same gentleman speaking today. That brings me a fear whether we are proceeding well. That's why, Madam Speaker, I still submit that all the key ministers should be here before this very important report can be submitted.
Now, if I thought I'd already ruled. Now you're smuggling in. Eh? Can we debate the report, Honorable Doro?
Yes. Proceed, Right Honorable.
Yes.
Right Honorable.
Chairperson Agriculture.
Right Honorable, I've read the report from the committee, and I've also read the submission from the ministry. I don't know whether we shall really proceed right, much as our colleague were already talking about submission from the ministry. In fact, if you read the report from the ministry, it trashes everything that the committee has talked about. The issue that was raised about the ED being the chairperson of the board, according to the ministry's submission, that is okay. So are we really going to proceed right to discuss a report when the ministry already have a submission completely different from what we have in the report? I thank you.
Yes, Ministry. Which minister are you talking about?
Madam Speaker, normally when a committee investigates a matter and presents the report to the House, and the House makes resolutions, government is requested to come back to the House through the Treasury Memorandum on informing the House. We recommended this. Have you implemented it? How far have you gone? If you have not implemented it, why have you not implemented it? So there shouldn't be any worry. If the House makes resolutions, we will come back through the Treasury Memoranda to this House and inform the House how far we have gone implementing the recommendation resolution of the House, because the resolution of the House, I think the debate should continue, and we'll make clarification after Madam Speaker, but I think we should be able to dispose of this matter today so that we go and rescue this factory, which is a very important factory for our people. Thank you.
The report that we respect is a report of our committee. We will not listen to a communication from the ministry. And once the House adopts the report, we will expect a response from the ministry in terms of a treasury memorandum on the items that have been raised, and that will be final. We go by our report. Our report is final. The other hearsay of saying it is not true, it is okay. What is okay with that? They are covering all the dirty things.
Clarification,
Yes.
clarification, Madam Speaker.
Can we people go and debate? Debate if you want to debate, Lumu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To conclude the first matter that had raised about the mismanagement and losses that have been occurred on this Soroti Fruit Factory, I agree with the committee that the persons that occasion this should be held personally liable, because we cannot allow the losses that have already been registered, 2.63 billion, and the future of the factory does not really look bright until something is done, and the members of the management team have to account by being brought to book. On the second issue I want to raise very seriously is on the issue of capacity. The committee noted in its report that nobody knows the capacity of this organization, what they can process. And this shows that the people who are in charge are grossly incompetent. You cannot preside over a business, of a factory, and you even don't know the capacity of the whole factory. As a result, they made a decision even to go and invest in only a single line production of mango juice. And yet their name, by its name alone, a fruit factory, must be able to process all the fruits that are available. These technologies can be done, but because the team managing the fruit factory have not been serious enough, they have not been able to think through what would help the region grow in terms of establishing a line for mangoes.
Members, 2 minutes, everybody wants to speak.
Oh, thank you. Establishing a line for mango, passion fruits, bananas, pineapples, etc., that are really grown in this country. I want to conclude and say, Madam Speaker, the money that was collected from farmers, our farmers pay when they have borrowed from SACCOs within the villages. And we see that they have been taking money. This money must be refunded with interest. I saw in the report you are recommending that it should be reimbursed, but it should be refunded with interest to the farmers, because some of them have really lost their animals trying to pay this debt. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Lumu Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson for giving us a comprehensive report. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, about the road which was made up to 93%. And again, a new contract was awarded on the same road, which costed a lot of money. The chairperson did not come out to clearly indicate whether there was minutes on the first contract and whether there were minutes on the second contract. I would like clarification on that, Madam Speaker. Secondly is on the signatures by the Attorney General's office. Madam Speaker, when there are signatures where the Attorney General's office is involved, it simply means the Solicitor General gets copies. I don't know how the Solicitor General received copies when the names of the persons signing on his behalf were not written in their full form. That one, I need actually the Attorney General to come here and give clarity on how that one happened in such a contract. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let's first get a clarification on the minutes from the chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue of the 93%
completion was not on the road, it was on the wall. What happened is the contract for construction of the wall did not provide for variation. So what UDC did, they added him a new contract in order to complete the other contract that was at 93%. So the 93%, we do not have minutes to that effect, but it was for construction of the wall and not the road.
And then the one of the initials of Attorney General's chambers.
Right, Honorable Speaker, these different officers would just sign, for example, Nanziri, and just an initial. We have the letters here with us. We don't know who those people are, but different people signed different approvals on behalf of the Solicitor General at different intervals for the same contracts.
So we need a response from Auditor General on what happened, how did those people sign when the contract was not even a clear contract. Yes, Honorable Nathan.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I would seek your indulgence of the 2 minutes because I would also try to add in so that we beef up the case. For example, Madam Speaker, this report is demonstrating the following. 1, that we have lost money. 2, farmers have lost. 3, we have lost employment. And of course, this has been occasioned by mismanagement. So, Madam Speaker, the first point I want to raise is on investment. I want the committee to take note of this. On page 17, you are saying the investment of government is 50 billion. You are saying the investment by government is 41 from Korea. If I total that, it should be 73.7 billion instead of 50 billion. We need to harmonize that figure so that we know the exact loss. Madam Speaker, TEFCU, it's a union. Now, if it's a union, it means it has members. A union must have more than 1 member. It will be also good that the committee looks for the members. But before they go there, it was a society to begin with. And the society, it meant that it will continue to be a society unless the society sold its shares to the union. And we need that evidence. If it's not there, then from day one, when the union came in to be the shareholder, it is wrong. It cannot be a shareholder. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But making matters worse, if I capitalize a company, it means if we are 2 shareholders or more, each of us must bring share, must capitalize this portion. Now, if government has 73.7 billion, what does this society have as its contribution in as a shareholder? It might be having no share. And because if I bring in money, you must bring to be a member, shareholder. So the 20% shareholding is wrong. It does not exist because if you're talking about share 20%, from my small computation, let me take 50 billion. Then it means if government has put in 50 billion, then the union should have put in 13 billion. If it doesn't have 13 billion, then it's not a shareholder. Madam Speaker, in addition to that, we have these offices. We passed the National Audit Act, which said that the Auditor General will audit where we have even 1 shilling as a government. Now, a committee of parliament goes to investigate, raises these issues. Now I'm raising 2 more issues on this. Where was the office of the Internal Auditor General to have raised the red flag? Where is the office of the Auditor General to have raised a flag, a red flag? Where is the PPDA to have raised a flag? If these ones have not raised a flag, Madam Speaker, we cannot only hold the mismanagement to that one. These 3 officers must be brought to book. Madam Speaker, because they are watchdogs. Madam, thank you very much. Failure to appoint a board by UDC, it is criminal. And I don't see where my brother Bahati can support these ones. This is criminal. In fact, the people who are involved should have been arrested by now. Because if they are supposed to be 5 board members and you, the MD, you are one of the board members and you have remained there, you don't want to appoint 3 more so that you, the 2, are the ones in charge, so that you do decisions. It is dangerous. So, Madam Speaker, the following offices should be held liable. 1, the Ministry of Trade, because it's the supervisor of UDC. If you never, where do you get your reports? And the UDC itself, because UDC should have appointed board members in that context. Failure to do that. This was a syndicate to steal public money. And if it was a syndicate to steal public money, the people involved should be dealt with. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the office of the Attorney General and the procurement. Madam Speaker, I've carried out a research. You know, sometimes we want to pass a ball behind, but the truth is there are people who are involved. I'll start with procurement. Madam Speaker, procurement has the following people: the accounting officer, the contract committee, the evaluation committee, and the user department. Of all these, everybody has a responsibility. And these are their responsibilities. Of course, the accounting officer is the one in charge of the accounting of that area, in charge of those contract committees, and is the one who appoints members. And those ones whom he appoints on the contractor committee are the one who do the contracts, are those who do evaluation after an advert has been made. Accounting officer never followed the law. The first person to be arrested in the Soroti factory should be the accounting officer, because all these were done on his or her behalf. No, mark you, it is the man from UDC or the woman who is the managing director. I'm told it's the ED. And that means because he's the one, he's now the accounting officer, the contract committee, the evaluation committee, and the user department. There is no separation of duties here. That clearly demonstrates that that's the reason why they claimed that the oranges were bad, they were not enough, and I mentioned it. So, Madam Speaker, this person, you remember our colleague in the, not our colleague, the director of Malaga has been aligned before CID and has left office. This one is very clear evidence. By now, this one should have gone to Ruzira by himself. Madam Speaker, I want to go to the Attorney General's office. Madam Speaker, in the procurement process, that's why I wanted the Attorney General to be here. The Attorney General is not involved. What do? Yes, Madam Speaker, what does the Attorney General do? Of course, you know, under Article 194. For the Attorney General's office is charged with the function to peruse agreements, contracts, treaties, conventions, and any documents, whatever name, code, to which government is a party or in respect of which the government has interest. That one is supposed to peruse those documents. If you give him or her forged documents, and in his or her own sense says this is right, he or she is not responsible for the mess of the one who has provided the what? Documents. I am not saying that what the Attorney General Chamber did is right. I want to request the committee you need to go further because they are not involved in procurement. We might leave people who are involved and bring in Attorney General's chamber for the sake. My proposal here is that the office of the Attorney General should confirm were they members of any of the committees, contracts, evaluation. If they are not, then we should look for them if they never peruse the documents properly, which were submitted to them. So, Madam Speaker, finally, this was a very good venture for our people. Unfortunately, we cut cotton and planted oranges and mangoes. We have lost, and a few people have benefited. It is important that the loss which has been occasioned in the Teso region and Lango as a result of us cutting cotton, these people be compensated. And they will be compensated by first dealing with the criminal.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan.
Yes.
Chairman BCU. Anne, Malende, Ronald.
This side, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Okay, Malende, then Anne.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, my observation in respect to this report is that in Uganda today, when you look at the law, specifically our constitution and the Police Act, the police is mandated to arrest any person that is actually suspected of, the person is about to commit an offense. If the police suspects, they can actually take in that person. It is clearly absurd being detained in respect to the issue of the mismanagement of the Soroti project. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it's about the implementation of the reports that are made by Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm putting a plea to this Parliament to ensure that once a report is adopted by Parliament, we should devise means of following up the implementation of the resolutions in that report. And in that way, the public will trust that when we make findings, we follow it up to see that they are implemented. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you so much. I can assure you will make a follow-up on all the recommendations that we are mentioning here, and we are going to take action on all people who are culpable. We will do that. And
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank you for commissioning the committee to do this great job and the committee for producing such a comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish the minister, the line ministry was here to really clarify to us why, in total violation of corporate governance principles, is UDC's CEO involved in the management of Softie? Because you cannot be procuring for an entity which is a total legal entity separate from you. Softie is a company incorporated on its own. UDC is a shareholder of the company in which they own equity. And on top of that, even procure. Madam Speaker, I have images of bids that are advertised by UDC on behalf of Softie. Why is this being done? And yet Softie on its own, it's a legal entity with an accounting officer. So it is very problematic for us, and it's not the first time. You know, the Auditor General has authored various reports about UDC and how it's managing these government-owned entities. It's not just about Softie. It's been the same case for the Marble Factory. It's been the same case for Attack. Same issues are arising. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I move really that we implement particularly what the committee advised. It's recommendation number 4. But while the IGG is investigating, that right now, if the minister was here, he could assure us that the ED of UDC is going to step aside and UDC is going to get out of managing Softy because that is the root cause of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is
There is
Roland.
information from the chair first.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the issue of the ED of UDC stepping aside, we consulted with the legal counsel here at Parliament, and we looked at the UDC Act, Section 12, 4. A is if he resigns. 2 is if he's declared insolvent. 3 is if he's convicted for a criminal offense. And lastly, if he's removed from the office by the minister. So our hands were recommendations. We could not recommend that he steps aside. And Parliament has been sued in the past. For example, the case of Twinobu Sinje, Saverne of us, the Attorney General. So the committee thought it wise not to make this recommendation.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, procedure.
Just from Nathan, procedure.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think the committee is going to follow prayer. If Parliament does not recommend, then you're making a mistake. The Minister of Trade is really approved by you, Parliament. Now, when you have said this should be removed, it means the Minister should implement what you're saying. Yes. And if you don't do it, then you are giving a minister leverage. You say, I wasn't directed.
But the UDC Act should be read together with the other laws.
Yeah, exactly, other laws. Abuse of office. Madam Speaker.
I mean, we cannot start investigating on you when you're there. You're going to interfere with the investigation.
So, Madam Speaker, you have raised a good thing. That's why it is important. We have not said we have sacked you. You step us aside, or it should go. Okay, this one says it should go, but Madam Speaker, as an investigation, it goes on. So, Madam Speaker, I want to seek your indulgence that we amend that, we put that recommendation very strong as Parliament. There is no, those suing is sometimes Attorney General goes there to get defeated. But if they were allowing Parliament to go to court itself, it would win these cases.
Honorable members, we are not saying they sack the ED. But what we are saying, the committee has recommended for a forensic audit. And if we are going to do a forensic audit, if proper management is going to be done, let the ED step aside to allow the audit to be done. Sachkuba, I know you're here for ED, but I'm telling you that factory is in Soroti. We shall fight for it.
Thank you so much.
Ronald.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Roland Njomujeni. I represent the people of Ruchiga. I would like to thank the committee for a good report, comprehensive report. Although I have some few observations to make, especially on the report from page 8 to page 11, where they give very good observations, but they do not give recommendations. So on those pages, they are very good observations, which require specific recommendations, which I think the members of the committee should have taken care of. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the government has invested in a lot of money, although the figures vary from 50 to 71 on different pages of the report. But there is no, the team, in this investment. So the committee should have gone further to tell us, for example, the progressive investment by government and the donors, and if we are getting return on this investment, so that we know the impact, the actual impact of this investment on our people. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee identified weaknesses in the procurement, especially in contracts, construction contracts, the perimeter wall and the roads, access roads, but they did not go further to tell us whether there were supervising contractors, all these projects need to be supervised, and sometimes the supervising consultants give you a bigger picture than just the contractor. So maybe the committee should have told us if actually these roads, these construction contracts were being supervised or they were internally supervised so that we understand the intricacies. I beg to submit. Thank you so much, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you, Milton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, when you critically scan through this report, I think like members observed, the minister or the Minister of Trade has not played its role as far as doing its supervisory role is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, UDC has a lot of issues, and I think it has helped this country to lose resources in one way or another. Right Honorable Speaker, when the committee recommends that UDC should terminate its contract between TFCU, where a shareholder gifted another shareholder with a contract to monopolize and supply fruits. Right Honorable Speaker, locals have been losing fruits. Their only crop locally grown, but because they could not easily supply fruits, they have been losing out on having their products sold. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember the same UDC under a Tiaka arrangement, they fleeced the people of Busoga, and a similar arrangement whereby 12 billion shillings was given to just a few individuals under collusion and connivance. These people lost a lot of money, and UDC, I think, was getting a kickback and a similar arrangement. Right Honorable Speaker, when we asked the MD and the ministers to be taken on personally or to be asked to carry on the mantle on a personal basis, I think will be right. Right Honorable Speaker, us having no board or being on interim basis with the 2 members only, I think causes also. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal and propose that an additional forensic audit be done to UDC. And finally, there being no board is causing a lot of suspicion. In fact, I'm bleeding. That's why I'm failing even to answer or explain relatively what I ought to have said, because we have lost a lot of resources through connivance. I want to appeal and insist that the management of UDC, before we talk of TFCU, even UDC itself should be put aside. The management is letting this country.
And members, really, how legitimate are the decisions that UDC makes without a board, where the board are only 2? You have the ED himself, and then even the decisions can also be challenged in the court. Jessica, I mean, Sechkubo, then Jessica.
Thank you very much.
But declare your interest first.
Yes, most obliged. And I know even our rule are not participate in debates like the way it is proceeding now. But Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker.
I have not heard what you have said.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee. The committee for
but
this
before you
report.
thank the committee, under the Companies Act, the chair wants to clarify something, that the existing board is actually legal.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Actually, the history of this interim board, in September 2019, there were issues with the board at Soroti factory. So 1 month to the expiration of the UDC board, an interim board was appointed of 3 members. Now, it was supposed to be appointed for a period up to the AGM. But even after the AGM, we did not have a UDC board. So the interim board continued serving. However, when the committee looked at the Companies Act of 2012, it does not provide for an interim board unless the company did not adopt Table F of the Companies Act in its entirety. Then the articles and memorandum of association would have such modifications. Therefore, it is true, all the decisions that have been taken between that time are illegal, and the current board is existing illegally.
Thank you, Sechi. Now
Right
you
Honourable-
talk on illegality.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are treating a very complicated matter. But what I wanted to inform the House is that this Sorot Fruit Factory started as a result of a joint venture between Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICHA, and the government represented by UDC. Right Honourable Speaker and members, it is the duty of this House to pinpoint where the problem is. For me, while serving diligently under Honourable Mafabi in the 7th and 8th Parliament as chairman of PAC, would apportion blame accordingly to the person's conduct and involvement. And when we're talking about the loss of money, I've not heard any member here, apart from sentiments, saying that this decision was taken and a loss occasioned of this amount of money. I've not heard any member here. And I want to also point out that what we can do, members, let's go by the committee's report and modify some recommendations. Like when they said the IGG should commence the value for money audit. And it is the wisdom of this House to say it cannot be done by the IGG, but by the Auditor General. And this House can direct the Auditor General to conduct a forensic audit to see who is responsible for what. Because this is the project of 2012, where in 2012 we had the ED then was Fred Ogene from July 2012 until 2016 November, where we had Emmanuel Mutahunga. Beg your pardon. And the current ED we are crucifying is of April 2019. So where is the loss from all this? Because all the investments that are being talked about here, the inflated costs of the roads, of the fence, took place in 2013, 2014. And now you're getting a person who was appointed in 2019, you say he carries the burden for all the mess. So my view to colleagues and all members, let us either we go by the report, let us not be sentimental. We all want Teso Fruit Factory to succeed. We all enjoy our local products, but we should not at this point in time put a sacrificial lamb to where it does not really carry the burden of this. I know things have not been going well like in any other. UDC has more than 20 entities under it. So it would be the wisdom of this House to say that the Auditor General conduct a forensic audit on all those 20, or 13, or 3, or 5. But if you crucify one on one, where he's not even the ED, he's not in charge of the day-to-day running of the factory. I think, members, yes, we want to have a good start for the fruit factory. Like in all others, I'll take the factory on. I'll take it.
Thank you so much, Madam
Honorable-
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want
Honorable Sechikubo,
Madam Speaker.
you're one person who is highly respected in this country. And Ugandans always look at you whenever such matters come through. Yes, we agree the ED came in 2019. What did he do about the problem he found in the house?
When you are appointed and you find your house out of order, you're charged with the responsibility of ordering the house.
Yes.
Now, once this ED friend of yours, like Madam Speaker somehow indicated, came in the house, problems continued. And I think why he must step aside, more problems could have cropped up because he was able to sit on an older problem. He could have probably thought this is the way to go and this is the way to manage this institution. So the information I want to give you is that these members who are making that recommendation are truly right, Honorable Sechikubo, to say ED should step aside because he failed on his responsibility. Thank you.
The other issue is from 2019 when he came, has he made any changes? What change has he created from 2019 when he came on board? Has there been did he form a board? Has he done what was supposed to be done, him as an ED? Let's stop covering people.
You see, Honorable Speaker, most obliged. And I would have warned my colleague from dragging in the speaker on his side as if the speaker is holding the floor, as if he's entitled to debate on the floor of this house. I would have wanted issues directed to me, not through the speaker. But
make your point and some other people.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to make my conscience clear. Where do we find the loss attributed to the person we are pinpointing? Can we have our value for money audit in place and then we apportion it? Honorable, I'll take the information kindly. I'll take it.
Take information from the one who raised the question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My senior colleague, the Honorable Sechi Kubo. When Mr. Birungi, the current executive director, the accounting officer, the chairman of the board, was there, and he appointed himself the board chairman. So,
Honorable Sechi, can you listen?
Yeah, I repeat. When Mr. Birungi, the current board chairman of UDC, the accounting officer, and the chairman of board, when he came in place, he found a board in place. What he did was to fire the entire board and appointed himself the chairperson of the board. Honestly speaking, is this a person that we need to, I mean, this matter should not be about Sechi Kubo protecting the what? Protecting the ED. Because we know Sechi Kubo, finally, Honorable Sechi Kubo, not at all. Finally, you gave me information, you gave me way. Yes. Finally.
Please, you gave him time to give you information. You gave him time to give you information.
Finally, what is happening in Soroti Fruit Factory and the UDC is that there is a lot of conflict of interest. The person who should be calling for the AGM is the executive director, who is dragging his feet to call for the AGM. So there is a lot of conflict of interest. No information.
Honorable members, let's not put emotions. Honorable members, let's not put emotions into this. Honorable Sechi, I know you as a very cool-headed person, the coolest person in this house, and we like you so much. So, Honorable Sechi,
thank you very much for the kind compliments, Honorable Speaker.
Sechi, you first cool down. I will give you time to talk again. Sechi, you sit down first. I'll give you time to talk again. Have you finished it? Okay.
Really? I was born to debate. Right, Honorable Speaker, that is not true, and I want to go on record. The person we are talking about never appointed himself as the board chair. It was the UDC board that appointed him as interim. And all of us know the circumstances that engulfed 2020, 2021, where even you members, where even your party failed to convene. You all know the circumstances that happened between 2020, 2021, up to where we are now. And it is not true. Honorable members, let us have matters which are factual. Let us not be sentimental.
But
He
remember,
never appointed
remember
himself.
it was said, the UDC, the board. Can you repeat on the issue of the board? Who appointed Birungi as the chairman of board? And then the legality of the board.
Right Honorable Speaker, the board at UDC at that time in 2019 recalled all the board members and sent 3 members of UDC, including the ED, the corporation secretary, and another gentleman also working under UDC to serve on interim basis at UDC till the next AGM, which never took place. However, even the Companies Act of 2012 does not provide for an interim board. So, and it should have appeared in the articles and memorandum of association. Therefore, the fact that the interim board even continued to serve after the AGM is an illegality.
Procedure.
Madam
Procedure.
Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I wish to
Search. I thought you had finished.
to lay.
Okay.
Right,
Procedure.
Okay, I'll take it.
Honorable Sechikubo, thank you very much. Honorable Sechikubo, we are known for being a cool man. But Madam Speaker, Honorable Sechikubo has a point that during this period there was COVID. I understand. But what I want to ask you, Honorable Sechikubo, how many members are how many shareholders are in Soroti Fruit Factory? Because government is the biggest shareholder, with the other one who claims to own 20%, yet he doesn't have. And if you decided to know who holds shares for government of Uganda, would be the Minister of Finance and the Minister for Trade, which are 2 people. Then the other side, 1, 3 people. How can 3 people fail to hold a shareholders annual general meeting?
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Information, right, Honorable.
Honorable
Thank
Sechikubo,
you.
you need to leave the,
Thank you.
everybody wants to debate.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker. Now, on the issue of the board, I really would want us to look backwards and say that where were the ministers? Right, Honorable Speaker, corporate governance requires that the board reports to the line ministries. If the board fails to report to line ministries, then the ministers responsible should intervene. And even the time of reporting is classified in the law, how they should report. What happened when all this were happening and they were responsible ministers, right, Honorable Speaker? I think if we must clean, let's start at that point, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Apea. What are you concluding?
I think, right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to add on what my colleague said. The role here, the minister's responsibility was lacking. And I think here the responsibility was to be the minister to be a whistleblower himself, supervise and guide the nation of what's happening what was happening. Because right now, even Sechikubo here, he's struggling as if he's protecting the minister. So to us, I think the minister should come out clear what he did, what he saw, and why he didn't do what he's supposed to do. In fact, it was the failure of the government on this part. So I think we wait for the minister to give us his position and tell us the way forward. Thank you.
Maybe before the minister comes, Jessica, but then we also need to find out, does the minister know that there is a problem in Soroti Fruit Factory? Because we may be here talking that there is a problem,
when in actual fact, the minister says there is no problem? Does the minister know that there is a problem? Jessica?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, from the report, this project is grossly mismanaged right from the takeoff point. If you don't have clear designs on which you are supposed to implement, then it means the project died at the point of takeoff. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the high level of poverty in Teso sub-region and in other parts of the country could be minimized or reduced when we ensure that these projects are well managed to yield the objects for which they are created for. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I will request that the minister tells us whether the variation in terms of the two contracts were justifiable and necessary. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, the solid work that was realized after giving the second contract showed to us that we have lost money more than once. Even with the extra money and the contract signed, the output was negative. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we have one fruit factory in West Nile. We want the minister to also report about it. That is the one in Yumbe. Because our people are not happy. There is high exploitation of farmers because the farmers sell their fruits at a rate of 15 to 20,000 per bag. And the commissioners, those who do the commission, sell them at 71, 72. Right Honorable Speaker, whom do we want to serve? The rich that make the deals or our farmers? Therefore, I recommend government should ensure that this project is totally reorganized. We cannot stop this project because some few people are mismanaging it. Two, I also propose a comprehensive forensic audit. There is no one who is safe from level 1 up to the top. Right on our speaker, if we don't do that comprehensive audit, others are going to be left out. And here the mismanagement started from day 1 of takeoff. Thank you so much, Right on our speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
No, Ross, you don't talk when the microphone is on. You can talk.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to make a correction from what my brother Kubo said, that there are 20 entities of UDC that are the rest are performing well. We have one in West Nile that is on drip. Maybe by tonight it would have died. The entities are performing terribly bad. And I think the best we can do here is to have forensic audit in all. Thugs have gone into these entities and have robbed Ugandans dry. Therefore, we cannot exonerate a man who joined since 2019 and sat there comfortably, could not even mention anything. Do not come here and be a conduit of theft of this country. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you.
I'm just going to give some information to Honorable Sekikubo. Because Honorable Sekikubo was still on floor, he was in between. And whereas he had mentioned about the issue of the MD, he was going to the issue of forensic audit for the entire UDC. So I'm just giving information because I'm a member of the committee, I cannot debate, but giving information. In regard to that, we asked UDC, of all the entities they have put in money, there is no entity that makes profit apart from one. All of them. Therefore, it will be good for this parliament to recommend that the entire process be audited so that all those, apart from Soroti Fruit Factory, all of the other entities should be audited in order to ascertain whether we are putting the money to the right use.
Thank you, Apea.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Right Honorable Speaker. And 18 of this report. And I would like to really thank the committee for raising very critical issues. One of the issues that the committee raises, it's the participation of our farmers into all these government investments in the names of UDC. Right Honorable Speaker, there was a mention that farmers were supposed to contribute 20%, the TEFO group, but they have not made any contribution yet. Meaning that all these investments that we are hearing happening, somebody runs to form a company in the names of farmers, farmers are not aware, therefore they don't even have shares in the company. In page 18, which is really so disturbing, that UDC and one of the companies called TEFSU something, are the ones who are supplying the fruits to themselves. They are shareholders and they are the same suppliers to the factory. And when farmers bring their fruits, they do not buy. If they are to buy, then they buy without weighing. They just negotiate the price and give that. Right Honorable Speaker, this raises a very big question on the breach of the law of PPP Act, which was enacted here in 2015. That requires participation of Ugandans. If UDC is investing in any country, in any company in this country, and our Ugandans are not participating, then we are better off not putting any taxpayers' money into such investment. It also really raises a question of the value for money. Why would we put 40+ billion shillings, which does not have the corporate governance principle in place? There is an issue that my colleagues have raised, a big issue of inefficiency and supervision of all our ministries, departments, and agencies in this country. In fact, I even find that as members of parliament, we may be shooting just a small rat in the names of ED or MD. Let us all the institutions of government accountable, those who are responsible into activities like this. I thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Christine, you can talk while seated.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Line Ministry and the committee for the recommendations made. Madam Speaker, we are aware that Parliament is supposed to support government in fighting poverty. But this fruit factory has not done a lot for Teso sub-region and the neighbors. Just like it is hinted somewhere, the sale of fruits remains a problem and the farmers are exploited. Madam Speaker, one time, the local government leaders of Teso sub-region were invited for an engagement. And the agency that was in charge buying the fruits informed us that they were going to buy fruits in terms of kilos. And they gave a breakdown on the amount of money that was going to meet the operations and the amount of money that would go in for the farmers. Madam Speaker, that was not implemented. As I speak now, Madam Speaker, like it is also hinted in the report, many farmers have already cut down the fruit trees. Many of them have cut down because the farmers have said it is a waste of time having orange trees in their gardens. Better they plant other crops. So as stakeholders in this to rescue the situation. Otherwise, time will come when our electorate will never listen to us. Madam Speaker, I also wonder whether the technical team who do supervision and then us who do the oversight roles really make reports to reach the line ministries so that the line ministries can inform in the next course of action, because this is really a very big challenge. Finally, Madam Speaker, we have seen the aspect of 2,000 for pumps. Madam Speaker, this is also a problem where government has plans of supporting farmers and information is not given to the elected leaders. Members of parliament are not given information. The local government leaders are not given information. I am just assuming that if that information was provided, the elected leaders would have informed the farmers, and therefore farmers would have not gone ahead to pay the what? The 200,000 that they were asked to pay. So dear colleagues, this is for Soroti Fruit Factory, but it could also be happening elsewhere. How I pray that we have concerted effort and we follow up on all government programs to ensure value for money. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable. Chair, Tessa Parliamentary, you come last.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the purpose of record, I'm Azama Siraj Brahan. I want to put 3 things here. Concerning fruit factory of Soroti, it had been a deliberate move for the government to see that the farmers, they are not exploited. They elevate poverty through getting money through fruit plantation. According to what I'm trying to observe from the findings of the report, it has been ascertained that the farmers are now trying to change their move from cutting down the fruits in order to plant other crops. It has been deliberate because, according to the finding of the report here, the people who are purchasing the fruits have shifted their goalposts. Instead of buying oranges, because of having ascertained that the oranges fruits have not got market like the mango fruits are getting, they are now buying mango fruits instead of orange fruits. That is one of the reasons as why they are cutting down the fruits. And secondly, the buyers are buying specific type of oranges, excluding others. So it has come to the notice of the farmers that those fruits that are not bought are useless. Then they are now, that's why they have now resorted to cutting down them. So what is the minister doing? After knowing that fruits that were deliberate planned by the government in order to elevate poverty are now being misused. That gross gross exploitation of people, even as it resulted in my district of Yumbe. Farmers from Yumbe are refusing to sell their mangoes to the factory because they have been overexploited. You'll find that a basin of mango fruits only costs 2,000 shillings. And when they sell this one to other sources, it can be more than that. Even they're exporting it to Kampala instead of selling to the factory there because of having overexploited. The Minister for Trade, should at least do something in order to see that these factors that are established in order to elevate poverty, they do stand. If not like that, these factors are going to remain.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, we are talking about the factory at home, where I come from. And the fact is, this factory has not benefited the people of Uganda. When the factory is brought in an area, in my own thinking, it is supposed to benefit the people of the area, and therefore Ugandans. I thank very much a report which was brought by the committee. We are here struggling, saying that fighting poverty. Emioga, is it for what? Fighting poverty. We're in the parish development model. For what? Fighting poverty. We're wasting the taxpayers' money. People going with the convoy everywhere for the parish development model. When it comes now on the factory, where people are fought by themselves planting the fruits in the name of saying the factory is now in an area and therefore we should benefit. But none of them had benefited. Right Honorable Speaker, I went to Soroti. I bought a sack that was end of last year at 15,000 shillings of oranges. I came to Kumi, it was the same price. Now, I packed all of them in my vehicle because I was surveying actually after getting an information that people are not benefiting. Honestly, people said they were cutting the trees and they have cut the trees, including Palisa, they have cut the trees. Now, how are we fighting the poverty that we were saying that we want to fight poverty? To the households. And yet, in actual sense, Right Honorable Speaker, I concluded by saying that a ministry concerned should wake up and do the supervisory work. And I also request the members, this issue, we should not rush for it. There are many factors that are happening the same, but we have not discovered. Now, we need to have a way forward on how we are going to handle these things systematically. Otherwise, if we just rush, we are going to dump ourselves in a few people and leave the majority who have actually mismanaged the factories. And therefore, the serious action is needed, plus the recovery, not only the arresting, but recovery of the loss that has happened. I thank you very much.
Masindi, Tororo, Dakabela.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Sime Florence Akiki, Umane MP Masindi. I'm in pain after hearing all this, as the government strives to fight poverty. As we go, we are eagerly waiting for the presentation of the parish development model that is going to focus on agriculture, animal industry, and fishing. And the focus, if you read that book on parish development model, we are going to look at the value addition. So if we are going to encourage farmers to be involved in the various agricultural products, and we add the value, and we are already having the existing ones not functional, there is a point to worry about. This fruit factory is in a local contest. It is located somewhere. There is a district council. There is a production officer. There are MPs there. I think it's high time, Madam Speaker, that MPs and the local councils took charge of these entities where they are located. Because I'm surprised that the district council has a right actually to come up with a minute, with a resolution that the factory that you gave us has a problem. Without the district council reporting, production officer not even reporting to the district, we have all these structures right from the local level, and nothing has been done until now we are doing a post-mortem. And therefore, as we look forward to the parish development model, we need to put our house in order, let MPs be involved, let production officers this time around to be involved in all these entities we are going to start.
Yes,
I
Angora.
beg to submit.
Angora, then Tororo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report they have produced. Madam Speaker, I was privileged. I remember when the fruit factory was formally commissioned, I was with you and we were given the fruits to test when the president commissioned the fruit factory. And if I may recall the speech from the managing director and the team, they gave assurance that this fruit factory was going to consume all fruit factory managers was little. They gave all the assurance. But Madam Speaker, today, as government thinks of the parish model, as the Honorable said here, it looks at value addition. If now the farmers have started cutting the trees, how much time now do we need to again interest those farmers in supporting a factory that is within their neighborhood? And this is where I want to implore Honorable Sechkubo. Honorable Sechkubo has tried to give a spirited defense. How I wish he could show us a report here, a request by the current CEO that by the time he came in, he asked for a forensic audit based on what his predecessors had done. There we would be assured that he had tried to do something to support the fruit factory. As we speak now, the fruits that are not bought by the factory there end up in my border in Malaba, crossing to Kenya. And what happens is the Kenyans at times buy these fruits cheaply because they know the factory is not able to take them, and they end up bought to Kenyans. The Kenyans buy the fruits cheaply. Other fruits rot in Malaba because the factory has not been able to consume the fruits. So we must take this very seriously. We must come up with a strong recommendation that let this team step aside as we do a forensic audit in order for us to know how to manage these affairs going forward. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is extremely unfortunate that what we thought would improve the lives of the people of Teso has instead resulted into the people getting poorer and poorer. Right Honorable Speaker, I see three things. One is a governance problem. Another one is of conflict of interest. And then I also see, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to state this, that government has never been a good businessman. And this is why you can see when government is involved in running such businesses, you will definitely see losses. How can you spend 722 million to advertise, and in return, your revenue is 81 million, and you continue with this advert? Are you not seeing that this expenditure is not yielding anything? So, Right Honorable Speaker, a lot has been spoken, but for me, I think we are hitting the small rat. The talk here is on the ED, the ED, the ED. Who appointed this ED? Where were the ministers when this ED was there? Right, Honorable Speaker. Because UDC, we had challenges here, fighting between finance and the Ministry of Trade. And we supported the Ministry of Trade to remove UDC from finance to have it under the Ministry of Trade. Where are the ministers in supervising Uganda Development Corporation and specifically this Soroti Fruit Factory, right, Honorable Speaker? Because it's, I think, one of those first ventures in the East that UDC took on. So the board is sleeping on the job. The ministers have not done their work. And of course, now we are blaming these people down here. For me, I think we need to start from the top. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I am not very comfortable. The committee has done a good job in bringing out the facts. But when you look at the recommendations, there are so many. And right, Honorable Speaker, I think we need, one of the recommendations contained therein is for a forensic audit to be undertaken. But as we undertake this forensic audit, for me, I see a problem at the grassroots. That executive director of that Soroti Fruit Factory should be immediately suspended. That should be a recommendation because he is the person at the center of running this fruit factory. How can you have a union? Of course, UDC, we fault UDC for contracting this union to be the one to procure the fruits. And it's very surprising, right, Honorable Speaker, that fruits are procured at a paltry 15,000 for 120 kilograms. And then they go and sell at 72,000. That union there needs to also be looked at critically, right, Honorable Speaker. Because you will, at the end of the day, find that much as they are members of the union, it is a few who are benefiting from that extortion, right, Honorable Speaker. I call that extortion. Because you can't disadvantage this person at the grassroots buying at 15,000, and yet these are your people within Soroti, 15, 20,000. And then you go and sell at 72,000. So, right, Honorable Speaker, as a recommendation to government, if you want profits, contract the management out, otherwise you're not going to manage. That is the advice that I want to give to government.
Thank you.
Thank you, right, Honorable
So,
Speaker.
Sarah, you're saying we should amend the recommendations
Yes.
by having the ED of the factory step aside to allow
Yes.
investigation.
Yes, right,
And
Honorable
then
Speaker.
that's okay?
Yes.
And then the other one, the union needs to be audited. The union,
Yeah. Yes, with a view of terminating that contract. because
Union
it's-
needs to be audited, then a forensic audit on Soroti for
Absolutely right, Honorable Speaker.
fruit factory.
But
That
of
is
course,
an
there are
addition.
these staff.
That is an addition to the
Right.
recommendation.
Right, Honorable Speaker, there are these women, yesterday was Women's Day. And now these women in Solicitor General's office, right, Honorable Speaker. Nantongo.
But that is captured in the
Yeah,
whatever.
but I'm just saying it is really surprising that
I am saying it is a capture.
they should also be suspended.
No, what I'm saying, an action on the officers of Solicitor General's office must be brought to book. That is an addition on the recommendations. Dakabela. Dakabela,
Thank
then
you
ED.
very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this great opportunity. And I think for the interest of the House, this factory is actually located in my constituency before we carved out Soroti City. So I want to thank the House so much for the time you have put in here to support the interests of this factory. To the committee, I think I really want to thank you as well for the great job you've done. I sat with you, I think, in 2 meetings, and I can make a guess that you may have spent not less than 30 hours deliberating on the issues of this factory. So I want to thank you so much for the time, and particularly the speaker as well, for giving us enough time to look at the issues of Soroti Fruit Factory. I think a lot has been said. A lot of members have made big contributions, particularly in regard to the governance issues, governance and management. And really, that's, I think, the biggest problem that we have with the factory. The lack of the board definitely affected the oversight activities of management and eventually probably all the issues that will have been highlighted. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to take the House a little bit out of this. The factory, this historical perspective, the factory as it stands was a donation by the Koreans. I remember during the commissioning, the president actually made a comment and said, "We thank you, the people of Korea." However, the capacity of the factory at the time of commissioning, at the time of design, is extremely small. You know, there was a lot of information. It was a government program. Just like coffee or tea was being promoted in other parts of the country, the government put a lot of money through nuts, and as the people of Eastern Uganda, all the way from Busoga to Lango, Choli, to grow oranges, fruits, let me call them fruits. Right Honorable Speaker, the importance of these fruits to that region is as the same as tea or coffee to other regions. So again, on that basis, I want to thank this House for really putting time and trying to get a solution to the issue of the fruit factory. Back to the point I was raising, Right Honorable Speaker, the factory, from the point of design, as you are all aware, factories are cut to size. This factory is extremely small. When it was commissioned, there was overflooding of supply of fruits. And then I think there was a program that was put on rationing who will supply what and at what point. And I think that was the origin of the problems of the factory. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to beg this House that as we sort out the management issues, governance and management issues, I want to ask this House, to ask government to put in more money and put us a better factory in Teso. And that way we shall be able to, actually we are not, at this point, we need to answer the problem of the farmers at the same time. The farmers are, farmers are food factory. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, farmers are cutting down the trees. So what are we going to do about that? As you drive all the way from Busoga to West Nile, there are a lot of fruits. My argument here, Madam Speaker, is government needs to put in additional funding and create for us a bigger factory that can absorb all the fruits of the farmers. Secondly, Madam Speaker, from the design perspective, this factory produces concentrate, and this concentrate is supposed to be refrigerated. The cold room is simply, I think, 5 by 5 meters. So once they produce concentrate that fills up the cold room, they cannot produce anymore. So the design again comes in question. I think internationally, there's an issue to do with what we call aseptic packaging, that you produce concentrate, put it in a state that you can store for over 1 year in an ordinary room. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I really beg this House, let's support the people of Teso and give them more money for a better factory. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, we will not give the money before we correct what is there.
Thank you.
We need the money, but let's first rectify what is there. Let's first remove the people who are mismanaging, and then we shall put the money later. Edie, Dubai, Nathan.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving us this day to debate this report. I want to thank the committee for coming up with this report. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the cardinal rules of this parliament is to appropriate money. But after appropriation, we have also to go and carry out oversight. Here we are, money was appropriated after realizing the demand for a fruit factory in Iteso. Here we are on a sad note, we are discussing how the money that Parliament appropriated was misappropriated. Right Honorable Speaker, UDC has invested a lot of money, which was appropriated by Parliament. And lamenting as members of Parliament may not work, Right Honorable Speaker. Because if these officers are in office, and we are debating whether they can stay in office, whether we can investigate, whether we can carry out an audit, money has been misappropriated. And which money was given through UDC? The beneficiaries are crying because if the beneficiaries have started cutting trees, what are we going to do? Because this was the only project that was going to help the people of that region. And as we lead the country into a mid-income status, this is exactly what we should do. The story of has also been told here. Right Honorable Speaker, I do support the members who have suggested that the officers concerned should first step aside. We carry out investigations. If they are found not guilty, they can go back to their offices. Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. That is another amendment. Olobo.
Thank you, Madam
Nathan.
Speaker. Mine, I am at Ross. That factory, the origin of that factory came from one of our members here, the late Peter Omoro. That man was growing around so many oranges. So we as a team of Parliament, we were in Soroti because he's the late now. He used to represent Soroti County. We were on a tour of the roads in Soroti region. Then somehow we bumped into His Excellency the President. So, and that gentleman was FDC, if I can recall. The man talked of his very good farming methods. And the president moved to that place, his farm. He had very good oranges. And the man appealed for a factory. But it's unfortunate that it has come to that. But all is not lost. Equal as we have Matoke factory in Bushenyi. What can we talk about it? It's a bottomless pit. Here in this Parliament approves money for Matoke factory in Bushenyi. Who is the owner? Now it has been owned by one lady in charge. So to me, I think this is an eye opener to all of us. Madam Speaker, I have seen you moving all over the country, fundraising for colleagues, and now you know more of this country. But some of these ministers don't move. They are amateur ministers. I am sorry to say this. General Katuma moves because by nature of your job. But if the Minister of Finance, like a PSST,
Switch on.
move out of their desks and move out, they would know where the money goes. They wouldn't make such a mistakes. We are at loss in many cases, by the way. That factory in Bushenyi, I saw you approving 34 billion as we're coming in, you members of 10th Parliament. You, one of these days, go and visit that place. What comes out of there? So equally with that factory, I am happy the fact that the committee has been able to find out. Let the committee be given an extra job. Let you dig more and so that we can get a solution. Rather than getting a forensic audit, that's money. More money, good money for the bad money. So I suggest that we have this committee that has done a good job, continue digging, and let's not put some people at a risk. Some of the members you are talking about from the public, they don't have a chance to defend themselves here. You never know what has happened. Let's give them a chance. They come before the committee. We look for better solutions of building what has already been put up across. Rather than by stroke of a pen, tomorrow's headlines will be, the factory is dead. What happens next? I suggest that we go back, the chairperson of the committee and the ministry, let's improvise as at the earliest opportunity, means to revive the factory. It's our factory. Okay, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. A lot has been said in regard to the Teso Fruit Factory. I want to put a disclaimer that I am part of the committee. However,
If you're part of the committee,
no,
members of
I
the
did
committee
not
don't
participate.
debate. Olobo?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are talking about Salty Fruit Factory. The committee went there and did a good work. But the problem of Salty Fruit Factory is bigger than what we are discussing here. It starts from the management of the fruits from the garden. You know, when this thing was introduced, people getting excited, including me. I also planted the trees. But the trees, oranges, has a lot of complication. Right from the pest, there is this animal called the fruit fly. The fruit fly, the country has failed to manage it. One, there is no law in this country, just like in Kenya, where when oranges, they should spray all the oranges in the district so that the fruit fly cannot fly from here and then go the other side. Again, they start producing. So the farmers are losing fruits. Actually, what we are talking about is 30% of what is produced. That's what they sell. So for me, I thought they would have started from there before even putting that fruit factory, because the fruit factory is undersupplied. There are no oranges. That's why people have resorted cutting it down, because of the fruit fly. Two, the drought in this country, you cannot do without irrigation. Without irrigation, we shall not succeed. We need irrigation. That's why Banyima is saying, Omolo is my brother. He is the one who had irrigation in his farm only in Soroti, the rest of Soroti. And he was doing very well in that. So we need first to put a law in place.
Your time is over, Chairman. Then Honorable Atan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to commend the chair and the committee members for the good work which has been done. I must add here, Right Honorable Speaker, that this is quite a very touching discussion. I want to agree with the recommendations. And when you look at the observations which were made, to the level that it's even affecting the capital, it is starting to eat up the capital which started the factory. It is very painful. However, the issue, as I can observe, this is a management issue. When you look at the UDC Act, it clearly brings the minister at the forefront. The board is set up by the minister. He can appoint and disappoint. There's just reluctance by the line minister to perform his obligation. The section 7, which was referred to by the chairperson of the committee, if you read downwards, it provides other circumstances under which the respective board members who have failed to perform can be put aside. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm alive to the fact that in criminal law, the act alone cannot find you guilty, but also the mindset. The actor's rules and the men's rights, very clear.
I saw the discussion trying to exonerate somebody who came in 2019, but there's liability to the extent that that person came on board when all those ingredients are being put together. So I want to appeal that the recommendations as presented be adopted, and in particular, the financing of this factory, we cannot take it away from the people by virtue of the fact that there's a management issue, which we as the Parliament of Uganda can sit here to check and manage. Those culpable should be brought to book. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Obviously, management of, financing of the factory will be done. However, we need to sort out the existing problems because you will finance the factory and the money will still be eaten. So let's first remove the weeds and then we do the financing. Honorable Atan, Honorable Mariam, and then the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I concur with your submission. We need to sort out the weed. I wish to observe that this factory, in the report herein, to me, I would conclude it's a milk cow for some people, and UDC in particular, and the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Why do I say so? Referring to the motorized pumps, 528 million for 240 pumps, each pump going for 2.2 million shillings. Yet it costs 700 shillings. Means that we inflated it 700,000 shillings, meaning we inflated it by 1.5 million shillings. In this report, we are taking on the cooperative for the 200, but we are not taking on UDC for the inflated price, a pump that costs 700,000 and they paid. Madam Speaker, the crushing capacity of this factory is appalling and it is disturbing. So long as it continues to keep at low crushing capacity, we'll have fruits rotting. Even ministers who hail from Teso, who are fruit farmers, have had to cut down their trees. We also have a challenge quoted in this same report of the packaging. It has gone to the extent that there is manual packaging. We lost an opportunity on Air Uganda, where we had put the fruit that was packaged manually, rudimentarily. Speaker. The third aspect, the juice concentrates. We have a policy under Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives talking about buy Uganda, build Uganda. This country continues to import juice concentrates, while in the cold rooms of Soroti Fruit Factory, they are packed, they are not being taken. I wish to recommend and move this House that we move through Ministry of Trade policy, buy Uganda, build Uganda. We put a temporal ban on importation of juice concentrates so that the farmers' concentrates that are in the cold rooms get to be consumed by the market in this country, and they will be in position to crush more fruits and help farmers who are losing oranges that are rotting in gardens. I thank you.
Thank you. Another amendment that UDC should be held accountable for overpricing of the motorized pumps. That is another the amendment. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Mariam.
I want to thank the committee for the report laid before us. You remember during the budgeting of the financial year 2019-2020, as a committee of finance, together with that of budget, we did interact with the existing ED, who was in accompaniment of the current Minister for Trade, who was by then the Minister for Finance. And all the issues we are raising here that have been clearly stated in the committee, in the report, were part of the issues he raised
and it's on record of this August House. The issue of operating below capacity was one of the issues he raised as a new ED by then, and his call and wish to this August House was financing, putting in more money if this factory was to benefit the people of Soroti. And I remember very well, both me and you were members of the Finance and Budget Committee, and we pledged the support. That's why in this current budgeting process, when he presented the budget and put in money for packaging and operational costs, we as a committee, we all supported. So Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the committee that for those that went wrong, we need a forensic audit, that whoever was in charge is put on record and is apprehended and he faces the law. I beg to submit.
Thank you, thank you. Leader of Opposition.
Right Honourable Speaker, I thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member and Chairperson of the committee and the team for the report. I have two issues. One is to essentially put the Chairperson on notice for his attention en route to possibly at some stage come here and probably lay the same issues relating to governance, mismanagement, connivance in relation to Atiaka Sugar. I remember when we were considering a supplementary for Atiaka Sugar, we raised very serious governance challenges. For some reason, not adequate attention was paid. I am very sure the next time the chairperson and his team report about Atiaka Sugar, you will simply edit the name of Soroti Sugar Factory replaced with Atiaka. Same issues. Probably a moment to arouse the curiosity of the House as to whether we can afford the luxury of throwing taxpayers' money in a bottomless pit. And unless we raise the occasion and insist that we no more commitment of public funds where prudential management is not being established, we shall be lamenting, cursing, and doing all this because we actually know where these challenges lie. And unless, Right Honourable Speaker, the right people, the right issues are addressed, we actually really might remain a house of lamentations, and I worry. So, Honourable Chair, with beyond notice. Lastly, Honourable Speaker, I had the Minister, the Honourable Hati, make reference to the Treasury Memorandum. This particular report should be a subject of Rule 2020, which is action taken report. Treasury Memoranda refer to committees, accountability committees. Therefore, I beg that the House, in a way of arresting these vices in the immediacy, probably before the end of the budget cycle, so that we have occasion to even arrest some funding, the Minister be given a very tight timeline to report under Rule 2020 on this report, Right Honourable Speaker. Short of that, we would come back to the same challenges. And if we can discuss the action taken and the committee goes back to make a verification, then we shall have done justice to the taxpayers' money. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition. And when you talk about the Treasury Memorandum, I also know how government does not bring a Treasury Memorandum. I was in the committee of Kosase. I left Kosase up to today. A Treasury Memorandum has never come. I'm still waiting whether it will come. Minister? Because we really need a time for action taken on this, so that by the time we finish the budgeting process, we are able to have given money to Soroti. So we are going to give you 3 weeks to take action on everything that has been raised. 3 weeks. Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank members for the comments and the contribution you have made about this important factory in Soroti. I particularly want to thank the honorable member who first raised this issue on the floor of the House, and because of your vigilance, we have been able to unearth so many things that we are going to act on and make sure that this factory is rescued and the people of Soroti and Teso are served and value addition is added to our fruits and the development is achieved. So, Madam Speaker, the bottom line is that we must rescue this factory. We must make sure that we have a running factory, we have enough production to service this factory, and we add value to the fruits that we are producing in the Teso land. When we were deployed, Madam Speaker, to this sector a few months ago, there are a few things that we identified that we needed to take action on. Particularly on UDC, we discovered that there was an issue of governance. There was no board, and UDC had not been with the board for roughly 2 years. So we worked on this quickly, and the board was approved in November 2021. So we have now a board running. Was to work on the strategic direction, refine the strategic direction of the institution. And we are done with that. We now know that if we have money, we are going to focus through our investment arm on the sugar in Busoga and refine the sugar for industrial use in that area. We are going to focus on starch through cassava in Rangwa and Acholi and Teso. We are going to focus on cocoa in Ibundibujo. We are going to have a soluble plant for coffee. Avoid a situation where you find a country like Australia, which imports coffee, becomes a bigger exporter than Uganda, when actually we are the greatest farmers of coffee. So we're going to have a soluble plant for coffee. And we're going to have the Irish potatoes in Kigezi. So we now know the strategic direction of the institution. And all this has been done within 6 months. Resolving the governance issue of the board, didn't have a board, we have it now, the strategic direction. We also looked at the capital requirement. UDC, to set up these factories, you need resources. Each year we have been receiving, the UDC has been receiving 20.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for giving way. The clarification I'm seeking, you're saying you're giving a strategic direction. Do you have a strategic plan so that we can really look at it? Because it's a strategic direction, it could be just directing somebody on phone without rules and regulations. Do you have a strategic plan?
Yes, we have a strategic plan and we can share with the House. Tomorrow we can lay this, or Tuesday, we can lay the strategic plan. So the capital requirement, on average, we have been appropriating 28 billion at UDC. If you remove the operations, you have very minimal amount of money to set up a factory. That's why you see that despite this management issues we are talking about, Soroti Fruit Factory still needs capitalization. This House approved 10 billion through the supplementary, but which was not enough because the capital requirement for the factory alone was 55 billion. So there are issues of capital that we have got to work on. That one notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, we also need to protect the local factories. And we have made it a point through our strategy of import substitution and export promotion that if we have enough capacity in the country, if we have a factory that produces enough capacity to service the people of Uganda, have a surplus to export regionally and internationally, then we shall protect that factory by through the tax regimes, imposing more taxes on imports and taking any other action that can support the protection of the industry. Now, Madam Speaker, you have identified a number of recommendations, and you are suggesting that we can work on this one in three weeks. I wanted to request the House and also to require you really, if we are going to have a forensic audit on this institution and even other institutions, it will take, Honorable Mafabi would know as a fellow accountant, it will take a minimum of probably 2 or 3 weeks to do a forensic audit. So I think that given having 1.5 months would be a fair time so that we allow an audit to be carried out thoroughly and we take action. Because some of the things we had identified, Madam Speaker, and we are going to take action. No sooner had we started taking action, the chairman of the committee came in. And then that report was done, it was never discussed. Then after that, in February again, he came in, who has done a very good job. Because at the end of the day, we are in this together. The industrialization agenda will be fulfilled and achieved if all of us, all the stakeholders, and I'm actually very happy this afternoon that all of us are talking about industrialization of the country. How can we perfect this? And if we do like this, and people are listening, even those who are attempting to do wrong things are listening this afternoon, that they will not be tolerated. So, Madam Speaker, I think as a way forward, I want to suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that you have our assurance that we are going to implement all the recommendations to the dot that this House will pass this afternoon. But give us chance to do a forensic audit so that when we are taking action on any person, we have evidence. And avoiding litigation in courts. We say the audit has been carried out, it is indicating to this, so that we avoid litigation in court. I think that would be a best way, rather than saying you let the ED resign, let this one resign now. We have 1 month. We can do a thorough investigation in 1 month, and after that we take action. So we are fair to the individuals who have been working there. We are fair to the process, and we avoid litigation in the process.
But Honorable Minister, if we are going for a forensic audit, and we are saying let the ED of the factory first step aside to allow the audit, what is wrong with that? Because interference of the process.
I was referring to what Honorable Sarah Opendi mentioned. You remember she expanded the net, the interdiction of people in the AG's office, the interdiction in the,
do that.
So then she was referring
They
to
will be held liable after the audit is out.
She was referring, Madam Speaker, to the International Women's Day. I could not understand how the two are connected.
Actually, because you didn't understand. because you didn't understand, that's why you're saying like that. So what Sarah was saying, that we should hold, she's ashamed that it's women who are doing that, and those women should be held liable.
But the immediate, I think.
But of course, what Honorable Nandala was saying, that garbage in, garbage out. If these people are given garbage, if they are given any documents that are forged, their work is to peruse. That's why we need an audit on this.
Madam Speaker, you recall that the management at the factory is very clear. For that, we can suspend and allow investigations. But beyond that, I think the net will be widening bigger, because you remember, like the chairperson, the ED of UDC, came in when the board of UDC, the boss of the ED, decided to suspend the board of the fruit factory. And they recommended.
Is the ED of UDC a board member in UDC?
Yes.
Don't you see that kind of category, the conflict of interest?
But Madam Speaker, the
Eh?
immediate action we are required is to have the immediate management step aside and we thoroughly investigate it. And then we also look at other areas, because this auditor will look at even UDC and the ED of UDC. And within 1 month, which Madam Speaker is only 4 weeks, only 4 weeks, we would be able to take action on all other areas. Thank you, Madam.
Honorable Sechkubo. 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 Stop being unparliamentary. No. Can you cool down? Sech. Sechi. Sechi. Sech. Honorable Sechkubo, kindly, next time don't say anybody is stupid. Eh? I am assuming that was a friendly fires. Anyway, members, we've agreed on all the actions on the Sorority Fruit Factory. Don't put feelings into this. You'll find that Ebualu is also putting feelings because he's the area member of parliament. So don't blame Ebualu, but you'll also find that you're talking like that because Ebirungi is from another area. So Ebualu also wants his own people to benefit, much as you want also to cover somebody. So don't start flexing in the house. What we want is results. What we want is to reduce poverty. What we want is to implement government programs. I am now putting a question that the report of the Committee of Trade, Tourism, Industry on mismanagement of Sorority Fruit Factory be adopted with the amendments. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it with amendments. Yes, with amendments. Next. Honorable members, next item, we have a very small report from General Katumba. Then 1-page report, then we go to Kosase.
Item number 6, response by Minister on the delay in compensation of project affected persons of the standard gauge railway project and the need for evaluation of the land whose value has appreciated since its initial valuation 5 years ago.
Mr. Speaker, I want to present Parliament a status report on the land acquisition and the issues raised therein. As members do appreciate, the standard gauge remains a flagship project for the government of Uganda. It is still one of those projects which are still dodging the implementation, and I'll explain why. The question was raised by the Honorable Kamba, and mainly it was about the status of land acquisition. The acquisition of the right of way has been slow, but this has mainly been due to budget cuts. I will highlight below what we have done so far. The total land to be acquired is 700 acres, including the main line and spurs. Spurs, these are the branch-offs from the main line. The total land compensation cost estimate for the main line was 581.78 billion as in 2016, and to be paid to about 10,696 project affected persons, including those in Kasori. Reports from the chief government valuer worth 247.20 billion from Tororo to Mayuge and Wikwe, plus the fish ponds around Jinja, were approved by the chief government valuer starting 2016. Reports worth Uganda shillings billion 0.584 from Jinja to Kampala, except Wikwe, were submitted to the chief government valuer starting from 2017, but were not approved on time. On the chief government valuer's advice, revaluation is ongoing on this section. Out of the 240, Uganda shillings 95.604 billion has been paid out to 4,237 project affected persons, in effect having acquired about 1,297 acres out of the required 4,700. And bills worth 151.6 billion, 151.6 billion shillings is pending. Reports on the section between Jinja and Kampala, where evaluation is ongoing, are expected to be approved by the chief government valuer by the end of this financial year. Highlights on the status of the pre-construction activities. An EPC stroke turnkey contract was signed with the CHEC, check. Feasibility studies and other such studies were completed. Up to 5 loan applications have been made to the potential financier, the Exim Bank of China, since 2015, and responses made to issues raised by the bank. Latest issues were raised in August 2021, and responses were submitted to the bank last month by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Other construction activities like plans on harmonization with other infrastructure projects, plans to extend electricity, plans on relocation of utilities, plans on local content, etc., have been put in place. The Minister of Finance has promised that come the financial year 2022-2023, but until I see that money in the budget, it will give us 220 billion shillings to address this matter. However, according to what we have in the budget as of now, it is 26 billion out of the 151.6 billion required. If we don't get the 220 billion from Minister of Finance, then we shall continue with the peanut provision of the 26 billion to pay the few pups whom we will be able to pay. What are the plans of commencement of construction? As per the latest standard gauge program and plans at the Northern Corridor Integration Project level, and the medium-term expenditure framework and communication from HE, standard gauge construction was supposed to have started or was supposed to commence in the year 2023-2024. For this to be achieved, it is important that all the land is acquired. Unlike the roads, for construction of the railway line, we cannot acquire land in piecemeal. It must be a continuous acquisition because the line cannot be laid in piecemeal. So until we have enough right of way, it will not be making sense to give the contractor access to the site to start the construction. My request as a ministry, that funds are found to complete the land acquisition. A right of way free of encumbrances is a requirement by the bank, even to give them confidence that the project is worth financing. Any further delay in acquiring the land is likely to lead into increase in the compensation costs, as already has been seen on the stretch of Jinja to Kampala, where the evaluation is being done now, because the time when that evaluation was made has long passed, and the people are saying their projects have appreciated in value. With those, Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table the report on that.
Thank you, General. You've had a report on SVR. Milton.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, General and Minister, for giving an update on the compensation. This issue was raised by Honourable Kamba, but affects most of us. 2 of my sub-counties are in the earmarked land for takeover. But I have 3 key straight issues. What is the fate of the people whose titles, stroke land agreements, were taken over by your office in charge, standard gauge, but have never been paid? To date, they keep telling them, we can't trace your records, but they are still there. They have never been paid, and even their documents regarding ownership are with your office. Secondly, the issue of paying in a staggered way. You move to sub-county A, you pay some people. Then you move to another sub-county B. Like you said, we are supposed to move consistently, compensating village A, you follow village B, village C, so that we are aware you've covered the following stretch. To date, people in Nakalama are complaining for not being compensated. Again, in Bulamaji, some have been paid, others not. Then there are those with small land holdings, but have not been paid. Then those with big chunks have been paid. For example, someone having 3-5 acres is already Barre. His dear ones who have passed on, you told them, no burying here, we are taking this land. This land. What is their fate? Because they don't have money, they can't develop their own land where they're staying, because you've already told them you're taking it over. Could we have a better arrangement of promise we give them that maybe by this time we'll be able to sort them out, so that they're able to plan? But even the value, you value this land 5 years back. Land has appreciated. There is a lot of inflation as of now. Will you be revaluing those ones who are to be paid? I thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm inclined to think that we may need to stop the pretense of moving in all directions and then being in a crisis. I'm also inclined to propose that we may need to suspend some projects and concentrate on some. I want to make this comparison with what recently we observed in the Budget Committee, where we need to have a right of way to construct the pipeline, to have the main depot. We have few months to the deadline, and yet we have not paid. Now, why should we engage railway, which may take some years to start, and then we begin paying high costs because we have failed to meet our obligation on the pipeline when it is 4 months to
the deadline. So if we continue to move in all directions without focusing on one project and complete it, then we are losing money, we are losing focus, and we shall not have results. I'm inclined to think that we may need to suspend some projects like standard gauge railway and concentrate on those where we are about to lose money or be punished because of not meeting our obligations. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeri.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank General for the brief report he has given to us. I represent the people of Toronto Municipality. By quote, the headquarters of standard gauge is to be. As we talk now, there's a lot of confusion. Where they have compensated and they have demolished, it's not a small place, it's so a bigger place, but we are going to suffer insecurity because it is now no man's land. So at night, it's dark. Some people can be killed within that area, especially at night. As you said earlier on, some people have been compensated, others have not been compensated. When will you compensate? Then the compensation is overdue because there's need revaluation of the land and so on. So it is really costly. So when we are really doing such a project, let us concentrate. Let us concentrate and so that we can really finish this project. This is a very good project, but it's going to be very, very expensive for the government. As we talk now, there are some areas where people are saying, no, we don't want them in we don't want them in this area anymore. And the goalpost, changing goalposts by some of
Can you finish?
There are changes of goalpost. The land which was given to a SACO to put up a low-cost housing. Now, the government official, the civil servant, they are now changing. Say, no, that land is still government. Where were they going to put that houses?
Yes, that is Tororo. Tororo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my colleague, the Honorable Apollo Yeri Ufono, is very much aware that I brought a petition on this house, to this house, regarding the Kasoli Tenant Circle, and which petition, Right Honorable Speaker, you referred to the Committee of Physical Infrastructure, and the matter is being handled. He was moving with those people endlessly without any solution until they came to me. We are now moving and we are sorting out a solution, Right Honorable Speaker, finding a solution to the problem. Because the land title for that area, Right Honorable Speaker, as I said in my petition, is in DFCU Bank. And DFCU Bank had advertised this property for sale. We don't know. And they were left with just about 2 weeks to lose the land. Until we came in, through that petition, we've managed to halt the sale of that property. And Right Honorable Speaker, the report will be brought to this house. So is the Honorable Yeri Apollo Fono in order to open or bring this matter again to the floor when he knows that the matter is being handled by a committee? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Maybe he was not aware that it is being handled.
Right Honorable Speaker even came before the committee and made some presentations there.
So Honorable Yeri, can you finish? There is a government chief whip.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, we are usually kind to each other in this house because whatever we say affects each other, especially outside.
Politically.
Right Honorable, I was just concerned when my sister, the Honorable Saru Pendi, said the colleague was moving aimlessly. No, that's not kind to a colleague. So I would request maybe the language.
Sarah did not say
No, you
endlessly.
Sure.
No. Government Chief Whip. You
Then I'm sorry. Right
Government
Honorable.
Chief Whip, she
Then
did
I
not
had
say it.
I had wrongly.
You leave Whopper.
Yes,
Whopper did
no,
not
no,
say
no.
that.
Right Honorable, I must put it on record that I was wrong then. I had wrongly, and
No, you didn't hear. You didn't
okay,
hear.
okay. They've clarified.
You
for me.
didn't hear.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Yes, Chairman. Chairman, BCU.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sometimes when you want to pass a word or something, you attribute to somebody, but that's what you are meaning. It looks, my brother, the Chief Whip Tayebo was insinuating that the other man was moving aimlessly. And he wanted to attribute it to Honorable Sarah Pen. And if it's true, the colleague was moving aimlessly.
You know.
So, Madam Speaker, is it procedure right for the Chief Whip to use Sarah's standing to say that what you wanted to say, that the colleague was moving aimlessly?
Honorable members, how would this house be without you people with all that fun? No, I think that was a light moment. That was a light moment. Yes, you had finished?
Thank you for giving me at least to clarify on some of this, and I conclude.
You don't need to clarify on that.
I just want to inform the speaker and the members that
You're informing me.
I am I want to inform I'm informing you and the what? The right honorable speaker. I'm informing the right honorable speaker.
Not you cannot inform me.
No, I am just no. I am informing the house. I apologize for that. I'm apologizing for that. I'm informing the house that I'm an initiator of that circle, and we have progressed to extent that we put up those low-cost housing. So we are in the rightful direction. But when the standard gauge came in, now they want to take part of that area, and we have allowed, only want, if they, I'm not a member of the infrastructure committee, but if they are if they are paying us back the money to our people, I'm very, very grateful. Very, very grateful. That would be a very, very
Thank you, Eddie.
project. Yeah.
Eddie, then you.
Me. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Members, let's not take so much on this.
Honorable
item.
Speaker and the colleagues, the minister has alluded to the standard gauge railway, and it is the question of planning. I want the Honorable Minister to relate the cost of resources to the Kenyan part, because this standard gauge railway was not solely delayed because of lack of funds choose to do their part of the standard gauge. So even if Uganda government got money and the Kenyan part does not do their part of the standard gauge, will the Uganda government do and operate a standard gauge when the Kenyan part has refused because of some reasons which the minister knows? I thank you.
Yes, the There is a procedure matter by Honorable Mugema.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The procedural issue I'm raising, right, Honorable Speaker. No, I have one ear, I don't put on a mask. So the procedural issue, Madam Speaker, I came purposely to see my colleague airing out the COSAS report. You had given this matter attention of 10 minutes. The 10 minutes are over. Is it procedure right to keep on proceeding on other issues, including the Kasoli issue, which is before COSAS, I mean infrastructure, yet we have a pertinent issue of COSAS report. Let us
Honorable
go to
members,
COSAS report.
can we hear from one person? From Honorable Kamba? Who?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank the Honorable Minister for endeavoring to give the report. However, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the issue of compulsory acquisition of land by government should be taken as a serious issue. It is a constitutional issue. Madam Speaker, for the last 3 financial years, the issue of budgeting for compensation of the PAPs under standard gauge railway has been on unfunded priority. We're aware that we are violating our own constitution, which does not allow government taking over people's private land without prior and adequate compensation. Madam Speaker, in the minister's statement, it came out clearly that even in the financial year, the budget for financial year 2020-2023, it's not budgeted for. Madam Speaker, I raised this issue on the floor and requested that the minister gives a list of the PAPs that are affected, and with the definite answer, actually with the certainty of when these people are going to be compensated, so that we stop our own constitution. Madam Speaker, it is my plea and prayer, for that matter, that the Minister for Works and the Minister of Finance, they come before this House and tell us why they are not budgeting for this money. I'll take the information of the Honorable Saliwa.
Honorable Kamba, before you came into the House, the minister raised these issues. He says he wants us to fund, he wants help from this House to raise the money to pay these PAPs. It is us to appropriate the money to have these PAPs paid. So now that you have raised it up, he has given us an analysis, how much money is required, and that's what we should do. The big concern I have of the minister is the insecurity of the area that he's talking about. It is not only that area, most of the areas where you have already paid people, and it is government area, and there's a lot of insecurity. So you need to make sure that those areas are secure. And secondly, revaluation of people's land, because land appreciates, it doesn't depreciate. Because if the land was valued 5 years back, by now it has appreciated. What you're going to ask for as a ministry should now change. And I think that helps us solve. You are the ones who do appropriate for those people. I didn't give you the microphone. You have something?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue about compensation is a very big issue. I wanted to give him information. Actually, the Constitutional Court has ruled that you cannot evict people before compensating them. You cannot take away people in any piece of land before compensation. Any attempt to do so is unconstitutional. And that's the information I was giving Muna Bakamba, because even when there is a law, the Land Acquisition Act, because government has been using that law. I'm not talking about specifically this incident, but I'm speaking broadly about the constitutionality of taking people away, then having their properties valued and compensated later. The Constitutional Court has said it is unconstitutional. So if government wants to use any piece of land, the process is that people must be compensated first before they move. And that's the information I wanted to give.
General, Nathan, you have something?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable General Minister of Works, the problem we are having in this country is you ministries officials knowing where something is going to be done. For example, where that pipeline is passing, where the railway gauge is passing, where roads are passing, you people in your ministries are the first to go and acquire land around that stretch, and so that you have known the law, as my brother said, that you must be compensated first before you leave. And because you have acquired, you have the knowledge, you even overprice. So compensation in this country has become so big issue that the biggest beneficiary are people in those entities. There's an MP of NRM side there who, okay, he came back, he lost the other time he came back. He was in those areas, he knew how to look for those ways when he was still in the government, and he got a lot of money. So the only thing we want to do, Madam Speaker, which I want to ask the General, that one thing you must pay. Because the law says, if you don't pay within 6 months, again, you must do revaluation. Now, the people of Tororo, like where my brother is talking about, those ones were paid.
Matter.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well when a member has imputed guilt on the whole of the NRM group, on the whole of the NRM side?
Who is the NRM member who has just come
Yeah,
back?
let him mention the member so that it goes on record.
Who
Because
was
we
the
have many who
NRM?
came back.
Honorable Nathan, who is the member?
Oh,
who
he
came
withdraws
back?
Madam Speaker, you know, when you throw a stone when you see the one running very fast, you must be knowing that maybe, but I was not meaning you. but Madam Speaker, the member knows himself, and you saw the name even being mentioned of another one. But I'm not meaning all these good ones. There are those who know themselves, because none of this has been compensated. There are those who have been compensated, they know himself. And I know why General Katumba is laughing, you know.
Members, let's move faster.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to conclude like this, that when you value pay, now like these people are coming back on Tororo line up to, those people of yours, warn them, they got money. No, I know they got money. I'm from Tororo.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I want to tell you, Honorable Minister, when I used to be in Kosase, and it is good you're Minister of Works, we used to have people who knew which road was passing where. In the Entebbe Express Highway, there was somebody who had land almost the whole way. When you go to another road, same group of people, and they're the same people who will get compensated. It is more of a syndicate. So you need to look at that kind of syndicate that is happening in your sector in terms of compensation. But the fact remains, what Honorable Akamba raised is a very pertinent issue, especially on the constitutional matter, that these people, the compulsory acquisition of land, and now people should be compensated before they leave the land. So you need to see how to handle that. But at the same time, he's also going to throw back to you that he needs the money to do that. Minister. Honorable Minister.
Procedure.
Are we going to sleep here?
No, just briefly. To help him.
Okay.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I feel it's too much on our people. We are having so many projects. Unless we prioritize this particular project and free the people and have right of way, we shall not be moving anywhere. Yesterday, we found on Busega Mpiji Express, there is a gentleman who owns a tree, it's a cultural tree. He's demanding 500 million. Can you believe it? So I think this parliament, let's resolve that in this coming budget, let's resolve that these people are paid off. We resolve with you and we pay off the people so that this project can move. We can't continue with that project for how long? And every year the land appreciates. People need more money. So I believe that this parliament, Madam, through you, Madam Speaker, that we resolve to have this money voted and approved for those people. I thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, brief information. I don't intend to speak on this issue. I think we have a challenge with our government. Recently, they came out during the budget framework paper with the 27 projects, which they are reviewing with the view to terminating some and continuing others. Standard gauge, that one is one of them. We have a list of them. Let them be bold. It's the same process we have with the amalgamation of these agencies. They took some two and stopped. Now with this, they have 27 projects worth 1 trillion, which they want to terminate. Standard gauges. Now we are laboring here with the debate. Let them be bold. Come here and say, this one we are terminating. This one we are continuing. So the people work with the certainty. That's the information. So as you are laboring here, General Katomba, is the standard gauge railway one of the projects the Ministry of Finance wants to terminate? But they gave a list, it's there.
But where does the Minister of Finance get powers to do that? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter I wanted to raise about the constitutionality of compensation. It seems the practice of not compensating people is growing on government projects. Up to now, the people along Musita Namayingo Busia Road, there are people who have never been compensated. So I would really like the minister, as he gives a brief on the standard gauge railway, probably if he could do furnish the house with information about all projects that have taken off but need compensation. There are people who have not been compensated. Which ones have they compensated? Who are those that have not been compensated? And when will they compensate those who have not been compensated?
You said Musita Road, what?
Musita Lumino Road.
Namayingo.
Yes, there are people up to now who have never been compensated.
I was in Kosase when that road was being constructed. The company that was given money for compensation, the Chinese, was given all the money for compensation. When the Chinese failed to compensate, we recovered the money and the money was sent direct. General, you mean up to now the money has not been paid?
Thank you. On the last one, the Musita Alumino Road, I'm not aware of people are not compensated. What I know, there are families which have not agreed on the money, and some of the money has been deposited in the bank, in courts, until the families agree. That one is there. We get those kind of situations where you find either the wife and the husband, or the wife and the man and the family don't agree as to which account the money should go. So we deposit that money, but they allow us to continue with the project, and they put that money in the court. Now, on the issue of the standard gauge, I will not be, I feel guarded that I cannot talk about Kenya issues in this house, because I can't talk for Kenya. So what I know is that as far as Uganda is concerned, the standard gauge is still a flagship project, because the standard gauge in Uganda is not only going to come to Kampala, it's intended to connect other neighboring countries. So it's not a project which, as far as I know, it's not among the projects which is going to be scheduled. Now, on the issue of the budget, I think that's exactly where I think we have a problem. The budget committee says we should not spend this money, and yet they're the ones who appropriate the money. Then the other committees are saying, bring the money so that we pay the people. So I think we also need to agree as a house in terms of that. Now, on whether the people, we have the list of those to be paid. Yes, that list has been submitted to the infrastructure committee. We have all the details about how much money is required and who are the beneficiaries. And that list was demanded by the infrastructure committee, and we submit that list there. But I never saw a minister there. I never saw a member of parliament, but I know that there are many people who have got schools, people have got factories within the corridor who are supposed to be paid. Why do we pay some and jump others? Sometimes this again goes back to the amount of money we get. Sometimes it makes more sense to cover many more people with a little money than paying one man, for example, as a school, and it's going to take the whole 50 billion. Sometimes it makes more sense that the 50 billion, you cover many more people and get them out of the way, because they're the ones who are suffering more than even the man who's running the school, whose school is still running, which we have not yet taken over. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, I don't know of a situation where we have compulsorily taken land without compensating or without negotiating. The example is just that one man, that tree, which is on the Mpigi Kampala Expressway, where one clan is saying that all their spirits are in that tree. And they want 500 million for the tree. A tree and a few bananas, and we can't move. And I think they've been offered 150 million. They're saying that's too little money. It can't appease the spirits. And so I've taken it up myself, and I'll be able to go to the cultural leaders and tell them that it doesn't make sense at all. 500 million for a tree and a few bananas, it doesn't make sense. So, but you can see that you have been stuck there, and because this is a foreign funded project, it's a requirement that we must satisfy that requirement, social safeguards, which they talk about. Those are the social safeguards they talk about. If somebody is not satisfied, they will not allow us to proceed. But we are going to ensure that the project proceeds. So the Kasoli matter, I think, is already before the Committee of Infrastructure. I'll not talk about it, and I think it's being well handled there. And now on my prayer, as I said, my prayer is that Parliament appropriates enough money for me. Once the money comes in, we'll compensate all the people. As I've said, they have been promised that the next financial year we'll be able to raise, they will be able to raise our budget for compensation to 220 billion to cover the 151 billion, which is required to pay the already assessed people who are willing to take what the value which is attached to their projects now. So if we can get that money, then we shall be able to address all the 90% of the people in Honorable Kamba and Honorable Muma's area in that year. So that's my prayer, that we get enough money and we pay off those people, and then we wait for the reevaluation of the sector, Jinja to Kampala. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Just as a reminder to government, I told you to present all the ministerial policy statements tomorrow 10. I am not used to working on pressure. That only because Tuesday, no, I need a ministerial policy statements tomorrow. And then we will send to the sectoral committees. We take note. Joel, can you present your report for 15 minutes? Members will go and read it, look at it, analyze it, and then we debate tomorrow.
Item number 5, motion for adoption of the report of Public Accounts Committee, Commission, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the operations of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority.
Honorable members, there was an issue that was raised in this house, and the issue was raised by Honorable Silwanyi on the issue of the monies that were collected in boots. And that is how the committee was sent to UCAA. You will present.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to present the report of the Public Accounts Committee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises, COSASE, on the operations of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. But before I present, Madam Speaker, I beg.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, I also beg to lay on table minutes of the committee meetings.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, as you've guided, I'll try and be as fast as I possibly can because the few members who are left here are tired. Madam Speaker, I'll try and avoid most of this introduction, how we got to assess the activities of UCAA based on Rule 159C of our Rules of Procedure, plus what the House designated to us. I'll move right away to 3.1, which is the overall physical progress on the expansion of Entebbe International Airport. That's phase 1 project. I'll skip most of that as you guided so that we can catch up with time. And get to some of the observations that we made.
First, take us back. We want to know what was the scope of your work. Because you're taking us to the airport, but we want to know what was your scope.
The Public Accounts Committee on Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises, COSASE, assessed and evaluated the operations of the Uganda Civil Aviation Authority pursuant to the powers vested in it under Rule 159C of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Further, on the 28th of October 2021, the House directed the committee to investigate matters raised on the floor by the Honorable Solomon Silwanyi, MP Bukoli Central. And basing on the there was misuse and mismanagement of funds collected at the toll gate, accumulation of unpaid leave, NSSF, etc., etc. So the above issues, in addition to the other matters on UCAA, were investigated by the committee. And we now report to the House in accordance with Rule 159C and Rule 218 of our rules. How did we undertake this whole procedure? We held meetings with the board and management of UCAA, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Works and Transport, the Attorney General, MS Yani, Brown, So, Madam Speaker, we carried out visits to Entebbe International Airport and the Arua Aerodrome in executing this role, and we made reference to a couple of documents which I have listed there. I had been rushing, Madam, because as you had advised that I don't read everything, given that you gave me limited time. With your permission, Madam, I'll go to some of the issues that we were tackling. Number one, the procurement process. UCAA entered into a memorandum of understanding with CODROC to give them leeway for engagement. However, the MOU had clauses directly related to the project contract that was signed with CODROC. The MOU stated that CODROC would facilitate the process of funding the project. It also specified the project as a design and build. Madam Speaker, some of the observations we captured from this memorandum of understanding. Number one, the committee observed that at the time of entering into the MOU, the Ministry of Works had already come to a final decision to contract CODROC because there was no evidence of competitive bidding. This flouts the procurement laws of our country. Number two, the committee also observed that the MOU was signed in July 2012 prior to the feasibility study on this project, which was signed in December 2013, which was wrong, according to the committee. Number three, this MOU was irregular because it included the feasibility study as well as the scope. Number four, the committee observed that for all intents and purposes, the MOU signed between the Ministry of Works and Transport and CODROC established a contract, identified a bidder, spelled out the type of contract as design and build on the project, and determined the source of funding. This memorandum of understanding did not create room for competitive bidding in this project of the expansion of Entebbe International Airport. Number five, the Attorney General did not do due diligence and give appropriate advice, as is required to the Ministry of Works regarding this MOU. Recommendations. The committee recommends that the officers in the Ministry of Works and the Attorney General's office who are involved in this flawed memorandum of understanding should be held responsible. Number two, all future MOUs should be critically scrutinized and executed in accordance with the laws of Uganda. So the committee not only wants action taken against individuals involved in these processes, we are also saying for posterity, for things to be done better, can we follow the law? The other issue, Madam Speaker and honorable members, delays in completion of phase one. The projected date for completion of phase one is 5th December 2022. This is way beyond the initial timeline of 2018-2019 that was planned at the time of the loan approval by management. There were issues which UCA raised to us, and to skip a number of these, with your permission, Madam, to redeem time, to our observations. The committee observed that the contract for the Entebbe International Airport Expansion Project Phase 1 had unreasonably delayed. Of course, this was attributed to poor planning and lack of a comprehensive feasibility study by UCAA that necessitated them to rely on the study undertaken by CODROC without due diligence on the international standards of airports. Number two, the committee noted that there was unsatisfactory supervision of the contractors. Notably, the supervisor, Dar Al-Handasa, commenced work in 2017, a year after the contract had begun. Our recommendation as a committee is that the Ministry of Works and Transport, which is the supervising ministry of this entity, should ensure effective supervision of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority and the contractor so that they meet the project deadline of 2022. That's the new deadline. So we are hoping that the ministry will ensure that there be no extension whatsoever, because the more extensions, the more burden to the taxpayer. The other issue, Madam Speaker, that we tackled was unfavorable clauses of the Entebbe International Airport Financing Agreement. In 2014, Government of Uganda entered into a contract with China's Exim Bank for the expansion of Entebbe International Airport, which had the following unfavorable clauses. One, a requirement for an escrow account where all revenues of UCAA were to be deposited, and Beijing, China, had to approve all expenditure of UCAA. Two, for UCAA to have a budget, Beijing, China had to first approve. They had to draft a budget, and it would not be approved as a budget until Beijing, China approves. This was in the agreement. Number three, imposition of Chinese legal jurisdiction on the loan recovery mechanisms and arbitration. So this bound us as a country to the effect that in case there is any issue between us and the Chinese bank on the other end, we then go for arbitration. Where? In China. If arbitration fails, we then take it to the next level and go to court. Which courts? Chinese courts. And so Uganda was bound in many respects, and we were vulnerable, Madam Speaker and honorable members. Number four, the waiver of international immunity for Uganda. That was also in the loan agreement contract, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, appeared before the committee and acknowledged that some terms of the loan agreement were unfavorable. He stated that in 2019, government through the Ministry of Finance attempted to renegotiate the terms of the loan agreement. However, the said attempts were futile. According to the Minister of Finance, the negotiation process held in Beijing only resulted in signing a mutually agreed minute of resolutions as an output, as opposed to the amendment of the initial provisions in this agreement. Of course, when government discovered that there were challenges with this loan agreement, they sent teams to China to try and renegotiate, but China said, no, we shall stick to the initial loan agreement. The Attorney General submitted to the committee that the contract is only fatal in the event of default by Uganda, that there is no default. Our observations, Madam Speaker, the loan terms referenced above were undesirable, unsustainable, and a huge constraint to the country. Number two, due diligence was not carried out by the negotiators on the government side. Our recommendations. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, should be cautioned, and the minister should apologize to the nation for his role in this unfavorable loan agreement. Number two, due diligence on loan financing terms should always be made prior to signing loan agreements by the government to avoid fatal clauses which become a liability to the taxpayer and to the country. And again, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we are saying we want action taken now, but we are also saying for posterity, for the future, can we make sure we cross every T and dot every I? Otherwise, then we keep doing post-mortem, we keep recommending, fire this one, relieve this one of their duties, prosecute this one, but after the taxpayer has already lost money. So we are saying we want to even avoid getting there in future. The other issue, Madam Speaker and honorable members, is a modification of the passenger terminal building at the Entebbe International Airport. The committee was informed that UCAA is undertaking implementation of the National Civil Aviation Master Plan that was launched in 2015. And there's all these details which are captured. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I'll try and move ahead. I see my time is running out. Now, I'll get to a bottom issue where there were design reviews that eventually led to rescoping. So there was a new design which would increase the cost by 6.4 billion shillings, from 42.6 billion to 49 billion shillings. Our observations, Madam Speaker. Fault in procurement of the contractor. The committee observed the evaluation committee did not carry out due diligence in declaring Sayani Brothers as the best evaluated bidders for this particular element of the contract. The latter did not submit document. Further, there was no evidence that a qualified surveyor was used in the project implementation, as well as the required staff and equipment. This deviation was material in the procurement process. The committee also observed that undue favor was extended to the bidder as the contract was awarded without proof of a qualified surveyor, and this reflected weak internal controls. Number two, separation of domestic and international terminals. The committee observed that Parliament at the time of the loan approval recommended that separate terminals be built for international and domestic traffic according to the UCAA master plan. During implementation, the above recommendation was ignored, and instead, only one building was constructed, combining domestic and international terminals. Number 3, provision for persons with disabilities at departure drop-off road. The committee observed, and Madam Speaker, this is when we made a visit to the airport to check out the works. The committee observed that the departure drop-off road did not have a ramp to ease the accessibility of persons with disabilities, and also the rooms reserved for health checks were too small. Madam Chairperson, Madam Speaker, we have 2 persons with disabilities on our committee, and they could not access the building at that point, and yet it's a drop-off. And we found it odd that in this day and era, a new building could be put up and it does not have those provisions. Road be redesigned with a ramp to ease accessibility of persons with disability, and accessibility to the health port to be improved. Our colleagues usually remind us that every one of us is a candidate to be a PWD, and so it's important that this gets to be addressed. Number 2, UCAA should ensure that future projects, all stakeholders are consulted and comprehensive needs assessment undertaken at planning and tendering stage to avoid variations. Rental areas at Entebbe International Airport. The committee noted that government entities were in rental areas of 102 billion, over 102 billion. And some of these areas relate to outstanding debts dating back to 2006. And the details are indicated on page 12 and 13 of the report. Now, at the time of the inquiry, the following government entities had signed tenancy agreements with Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. For clarity, Madam Speaker, these ministries and entities, they rent space at the airport and they're meant to pay as tenants, but they are not doing so. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, State House, Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda Air Cargo, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then the following entities had not signed tenancy agreements with UCAA. So there are 2 categories, Madam Speaker. There are those who have signed contracts with UCAA to use their rental space, and they're not paying. Now, there are others who have actually refused to sign tenancy agreements, but they're occupying the premises and they're not even paying. So those that have not signed tenancy agreements include Ministry of Internal Affairs, that's Uganda Police Force, and the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, Internal Security Organization, ISO, External Security Organization, ESO, National Meteorological Authority. Our observations, Madam Speaker and members, of course, like I've said, so some government entities are not paying the rent for the spaces they occupy despite signing tenancy agreements. Some are renting space and have not signed the tenancy agreements, and yet UCAA incurs costs to run this place, the facilities, utilities, etc., etc. Our recommendations on this, Madam Speaker, government entities occupying premises at the airport should pay all outstanding rental arrears. We believe there should be no excuse for a government entity to occupy a space and they're not paying rent. Government workers pay taxes. They cannot tell URA, you see, we are working for government, so we shall not pay taxes. No, they pay taxes, even though both are government entities. So we are saying these government entities should pay. Number 2, management of UCAA should come up. Yes, Madam Speaker.
When you say some government entities, I expect you to name the government entities.
I have just listed them, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I've actually listed 2 categories. Those that have signed tenancy agreements, but they're not paying. I can repeat with your permission. Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, State House, Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda Air Cargo, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. These ones have signed tenancy agreements, but they're not paying. Then there are those who have refused to sign tenancy agreements, and resultantly, they are of course not paying. Ministry of Internal Affairs, including Uganda Police Force and the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration, Internal Security Organization, ISO, External Security Organization, ESO, National Meteorological Authority. So those are the ones that have not even signed tenancy agreements. They're occupying the premises, but they have not signed tenancy agreements. And so that's why we are recommending that government should pay. These government entities should pay. And we will require a report as Parliament on this particular subject matter. The excuse that all of them are government does not make the cut. Number two, management of UCAA should come up with a policy to guide its business with government entities and also draw up a recovery plan for these debts. UCAA should endeavor to sign tenancy agreements with the government entities that have not signed. So we are telling UCAA not to sleep on the job because you are the owners of the premises. There should be no excuse whatsoever for somebody occupying your premises and they're not paying rent. And yet ultimately you get back to the taxpayer and say, please give us more money for this, that, and the other, which you would be getting from recovery of money from rent. The Arua Aerodrome. Madam Speaker and members, we visited the Arua Aerodrome and when you look at pages 14 and 15 of the report, we have captured a couple of issues there. We have several aerodromes in our country, but we specifically visited Arua. It is the biggest of them all. And we observed that just like Arua, most of the aerodromes in the country are faced with a number of challenges, which include lack of adequate land for expansion and upgrade, and also issues of land compensation. Our recommendations, Madam Speaker and members, are number one, that government should avail funding and prioritize the renovation and upgrade of all aerodromes in the country in order to make them economically viable as a matter of urgency. Number two, the aerodrome in Arua should be developed into an international airport, considering that it serves as a hub for passengers from South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. So we should be able to tap that traffic. Number three, the process of land compensation should be expedited in order to cater for expansion of the affected aerodromes. There's another issue, Madam Speaker, of procurement of furniture and construction of the perimeter wall. We discovered that furniture had been procured, trying to run through that. Seats, individual seats, and we're told each of them cost 2.4 million shillings, each trolley costing 2.4 million shillings, and then a perimeter wall fence. On the one side, a chain link, on the other side, barbed wire, sengenge, in our local dialect. And this cost 687 million shillings. And we were very concerned as a committee that there seems to be no regard for taxpayer money by UCAA in that particular aspect. So we noted that they procured a company, Eclipse Edisoil, to supply the airport lounge seats and trolleys, and yet the company had been embroiled in several court matters. We also noted that on average, what have been breaking down. Of course, ultimately, yes, they showed us how they had procured all of these. But we told UCAA, which is part of our recommendations, when you are poor, you don't have lunch at Serena. You find a much cheaper place and you'll find equally good food. And that's our concern, and that's our recommendation to the supervising ministry. We want quality, but you see, there's quality which is affordable. It's not enough to say, but you see, we did not steal any of this money. We actually procured these things, but you procured them expensively. We can get them cheaper elsewhere and good quality, because we do not want quality to be compromised, Madam Speaker. On the question of land compensation, the committee was informed that the land near the runways belongs to private individuals. However, the land in question was due to be valued by the government valuer. The owners were willing to be compensated. However, the resources were not available. And so there were issues with this. So we observed that because of these delays, many planned activities do not progress and projects are not completed on time since they cannot meet their financial obligations to these providers. And these delays, Madam Speaker, encourage speculators, which makes the land even more expensive, akin to the discussion we just had, Madam Speaker. And so we want government to move quickly, compensate those that need to be compensated. The longer it takes, the more speculators come on board, and this land appreciates in value every year. So when we delay, we burden the taxpayer. And so we are saying government should prioritize the acquisition of this said land through compensation to allow for expansion of this aerodrome. The other issue, Madam Speaker, was on the appointment of the Director General. The UCAA board spelled out the qualifications for a person to be appointed a director general. In an advert, it was required that the suitable candidate would be aged between 35 and 55 years. The committee received a complaint regarding the qualifications of the director general and the discrepancies in his age. The committee interacted with Mr. Fred Bamwesige, the director general of UCAA, and in his defense, he stated that the issue of the discrepancies in his date of birth and age is a subject of a court matter. So the committee noted that the said matter is actually in court, and we could not pronounce ourselves on it based on the sub judice rule. It's an ongoing matter, and so we thought we were advised by our legal team. Let's for now stay away from that until court determines. We hope court can deal with this matter in an expeditious manner. Now, finally, Madam Speaker, the other issues that we looked into were those that were raised by the Honorable Silwanyu on the floor. One of them was unpaid remittances of 3.6 billion shillings to NSSF. So the committee got to learn that UCAA has unpaid NSSF arrears for its staff to the tune of 3.6 billion shillings. And we thought this was unacceptable. And that's why in our observations, we are noting that there was a breach of statutory obligation by failing to remit NSSF deductions. Number two, UCAA workers are missing out on interest paid out annually by NSSF because there's an annual interest. If your money is not deposited there, you miss out on that interest, inevitably. Number three, communication. There was no communication with NSSF because sometimes we encourage these entities, if you're having challenges, engage with NSSF because by law, NSSF is going to levy a penalty against you. So who suffers at the end of the day? It is the taxpayer. And that's why we are recommending that UCAA should pay the NSSF remittance arrears together with the accrued interest thereof. For the sake of the workers, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we are saying you should have deposited this money, you did not, so the workers have lost out on interest. Now deposit it with the interest for the sake of these workers. And we are also recommending that UCAA reports on the progress of the implementation of the committee recommendations on this matter within 3 months from the adoption of this report. The final issue, second to final, was management of the toll gate. There were concerns about the collection of money and witnesses saying some of the money that is collected is actually not eventually taken to the till of UCAA. We interrogated this matter, and Madam Speaker, we realized that it required some kind of forensic understanding. We could not, as a committee, determine it by sitting in our committee or even visiting the premises. So the committee has referred this matter to the Office of the Auditor General to carry out a special audit and report back within 3 months from the adoption of this report. We think that there should be a lot more digging and a lot more auditing because it's mostly an audit issue to establish how all of this is happening. The other issue, Madam Speaker, was payment of leave allowances. Now, there were accumulated payments for leave of the staff of UCAA, and these were in arrears of 8 months. And this was a challenge because people have got to be paid or otherwise. UCAA eventually provided vouchers indicating that eventually they paid this money. Now, our recommendation on this matter, Madam Speaker and honorable members, was that UCAA management should ensure that the staff members take their leave within the calendar year, thereby deterring their staff from having accumulated leave. And this is both staff and management because all of them are employees anyway. So what happens is people will not take leave and then they will demand that you pay them at the end of it all. And it's problematic. We are saying people should take leave, one, to rest and get reinvigorated, but also that they don't become a burden to the taxpayer. Our general conclusion, Madam Speaker, the committee notes that Uganda Civil Aviation Authority has got great potential to perform better in its operations. It is therefore the opinion of the committee that the recommendations herein be acted upon within 3 months from the adoption of this report to enable this entity serve our country better, to enable this entity get to its maximum potential, because we are saying there's potential, but there are challenges that have got to be dealt with. And in one quick remark as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate members of my committee that put in a lot of time and effort to make sure we have this report and another one of URC, which, as you guided, we shall present tomorrow. We request, Madam Speaker, number one, the rules of this House were amended in the previous Parliament, and our scope of work as a committee, I speak for mine, I'm sure others will speak for theirs too. Our scope was narrowed, because in the previous rules, it was broad. We would inquire into the management, performance of entities and so on. Our current rules, Rule 181, restricts us to audited accounts, which is problematic. There's many other things we want to look into. So we have a window in 159C. Yeah, it's true, 181. It says, COSASE, yours is audited reports of the Auditor General. The window we have in Rule 159C to assess activities of these entities, again, it's neither here nor there. And that's why we request that this House enables us to be able to cast our net wider, inquire into the performance, management of all these different issues for the sake of the taxpayer. It is our prayer that the committee report be adopted. I thank you, and I beg to move.
Thank you, thank you. But in your title, in your heading, you said you inquired on the performance. So there's kind of a contradiction. On the pardon? On the operations of UCAA. And when you talk of an operation of an entity, you're talking about the performance, you talk about the revenues, you talk about the governance, you talk about all those kind of things. So it covers all of that. So there's a difference between your title vis-a-vis what is in the report.
I take your guidance, Madam Speaker. And that's why we're saying, can there be better clarity so that it's not gray? But also, the other issue that we struggled with, Madam Speaker, and as we kept in touch with you, was the challenge of time. Because we had 2.5 months, then we went into recess. When we got back, the whole of January, standing committees were on hold because sector committees were dealing with the budget framework paper. And yet you were also requiring us to finish early because the Auditor General had submitted their other report. So we decided, Madam Speaker, to restrict ourselves to some particular elements within this entity. Otherwise, we would need about 2 years. But I certainly take your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yeah, procedure, Madam.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I think the chair of our committee, first of all, is very thankful for the report. But saying that your Auditor General's report is basically performance, both financial and non-financial. And for a committee to come here and say we only looked at maybe financial and left out non-financial, which deals with human resource, that is staff, how you have used the assets to generate. I think we've run out from the whole thing. And for me, Madam Speaker, when you look at this, I think the committee left out the juicy part of it. What was the scope of the investigation? The scope of the investigation is that there was mismanagement. And who mismanaged? The people were in the CAA. Now it has left out the $200 million. What was the purpose of $200 million? You should come up and clarify that the $200 million which was there was supposed to do A, B, C, D. And has it done? No. Because if I can look at here, the $200 million is under the carpet. I can't see it coming out. So, Madam Speaker, in my view, if you are the House agreed, because here there's nothing to implement. NSSF is an obligation well known to be paid. What we are looking at, what was supposed to be got out of $200 million? What was the management part in that institution? And for me, Madam Speaker, if you don't remember,
let him sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Nandala, for allowing this information. So 2 things, Madam Speaker. This project is still being implemented. And so quite a bit of the money has not been utilized yet. And so I'm hoping that at the end, when they eventually hand over the project to Ministry of Works, then there will be a proper audit of all the 200 million. However, we said we are still concerned about the agreement that gave us this 200 million shillings. It's problematic. So while we are waiting for the project to be completed so that we can do a thorough audit of this 200 million US dollars, has it been properly utilized? So as we wait for that, in the meantime, we are saying, but there's an issue with how this money got to be acquired. But also, I just remind the Honorable Nandala, Madam Speaker, we had a challenge when we were starting this parliament. We could not operate as COSASE and other accountability committees because of a motion that was moved by the Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafavi in the previous parliament, adopting all the Auditor General's reports. And so his motion was saying our work could only start this year. So we were meant to be idle all through, according to the Honorable Nandala Mafavi's motion, which we thought was not in good faith. But thank God we found a window within the rules to be able to do this little work, little as it is, but at least we have been able to say, we are not going to be idle. We have got some work to do. Let's be able to do it. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank the chair for saying that, yes, the motion was to adopt the Auditor General's report, and that's the recommendations which must be implemented. And you're free to look at the memorandum. But having said that, you have tried to answer, but you have not completed. There's what we call certification, architectural certificate. Even if it is $1 million which has been spent, it must be shown how it has been done. We're not looking for the entire amount of money. You're talking of procurement processes are very hard. No, you just proceed. So, Madam Speaker, the PPD has not been looked at. So for me, Madam Speaker, if you allow it.
Honorable members. Honorable members. What is the problem? I had said they present the report and then we debate it tomorrow. There was just a procedural matter which was being raised by Honorable Nandala, which I think we shall continue with it tomorrow. And we look at the report in totality. We are not on fact fault finding. We are here to help each other. There are mistakes that are there and they must be corrected in the subsequent reports. So that is what we are saying. Yes, actually, this is your first report. The next report will be better. It came into my mind immediately we started presenting, and I was wondering what was the scope of this report. But I accepted it as it is, and we are saying we'll grow and become better and better, and we'll have good reports. We'll debate the report tomorrow then. Members? Pardon? Sechi? So members, we are debating the report tomorrow, and we adjourn the house to tomorrow at 2.